Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you're set video, everybody's good?
Everybody's good on that, I'm just working. You can go.
Okay. I make a motion to open the meeting. Is there a second, please?
I second.
Okay.
Oh. Everybody pause.
Please be back. Forget to do that again.
Oh,
Oh, and just a reminder, please silence your cell phones. No. Everybody hang on, technical difficulties.
This is really high tech.
just noticing,
It's just a notch up from duct tape
it's
to
actually
super.
probably the best use, those law books and government took part to, so.
Well, it has to be the law books too, yeah.
All balancing tests.
Okay, okay, everybody's good. Okay, so we had a motion and a second to open the meeting, so we can go to roll call, please, when you're ready.
Sure, trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Hi.
Motion passes.
Okay, is there any board member this evening who has a conflict of interest or anything to disclose regarding the items before us?
I do not.
I do not.
I do not.
I do not.
I do not. With that being said, could we please have the clerk read the open meeting compliance certification?
Sure. Okay, the public will have opportunities to comment on specific agenda items when they occur in the meeting and also on general matters at the end of the meeting. Speakers can comment once in each comment window if it is on a specific agenda item. It is not a debate, a deposition, or a panel discussion. Speakers must step to the front of the room if physically able. Alternatively, they may provide comments from where they are seated. If an attendee is participating via web conference technology such as Zoom, the clerk will announce how attendees should signal that they wish to comment. We are using Zoom, so if you wish to comment, please raise your hand. If you would like to ask the board your question yourself. If you would prefer that I do it, please put it in the Q&A. I don't review chat. Thank you. Speakers must give their name, address, and organization. There shall be an exemption for any category of people protected by New York State law. This also applies to our online participants. Please provide your name and address. If I don't have it, I won't ask the question. Thank you. Speakers must be recognized by the presiding officer. Speakers must limit their remarks to 3 minutes on any given topic. Speakers may not yield any remaining time they may have to another speaker. Board members may, with the permission of the mayor, only interrupt the speaker during their remarks for the purpose of clarification or information. Speakers must observe the commonly accepted rules of courtesy, decorum, dignity, and good taste. Interested parties or their representatives may address the board by written communications to villageclerk@villageofpittsburgh.com. All written communications will become part of the public record and will be attached to the minutes for that meeting. At the sender's request, written communications will be read aloud by the clerk at the meeting and will adhere to the 3-minute time limit. If printed materials or other media are provided by attendees during the meeting, they must be submitted to the village board with optional distribution to audience members. All materials will be part of the public record. Private distribution of materials to audience members only is prohibited.
It's a mouthful. Well done. Thank you. I'm going to ask for a little forbearance from our friends at Copper Leaf. I know you're the first item on the agenda, but we have our friends here from the fire district who have some other commitments this evening, and so we'd like to have them first with their presentation. So welcome. We're all set for you?
I gotta turn on things, so
Okay.
we adjust the room for.
This is their
PowerPoint.
presentation.
So you're going to start in on your PowerPoint? Okay, so we're all going to
Yeah.
scooch down.
Seat back there.
Probably would be-
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they're sitting set up. So when we're set up, we're going to ask you to introduce yourselves for the record, you know.
I think you said that here, right?
No, you're all right.
Oh, wait, here,
We can just
here.
stand in this. I'm going to.
Sure.
Christmas trees.
Oh, is it plugged in? Always check your power source. That's a big one.
Okay. Bless you. You try to use the mouse that's not hooked up.
Just a page up and page down.
Righty.
Yeah.
Feels like the downstairs meeting room in town hall as well. Again, thank you for having us. I'm Paul Schenkel, wearing a different hat tonight, elected commissioner with the Pittsburgh Fire District. With us as well as Jared Loss, also commissioner with the Pittsburgh Fire District. I know the bulk of the conversation is going to focus around 19 North Main Street, but we thought we'd take this opportunity to kind of update you on our facilities master plan, which is really kind of bringing about that conversation with 19 North Main Street as well as some other issues, but go ahead. We always like to start just very, very briefly, and I'll just try to take up a few minutes here. We just need to sometimes start with the basic civics lessons, because a lot of times people confuse the fire district with the fire department, so I just want to make sure we make that distinction. Jared and I are both elected commissioners. We're a board of 7 elected by the residents of the Pittsburgh Fire District. Fire district is a political subdivision. Job is to basically tax the fire district residents. Our role is to provide the buildings, the equipment, the apparatus, the policies, procedures, and most importantly is to provide the staffing. We provide that staffing by reaching out to the Pittsburgh Volunteer Fire Association. It's a not-for-profit. It's been in service this year. It's 125 years. We currently have 75 active members, and I believe our next company meeting, I think we're reading the names for 6 new prospective members. So right now, as an organization, we're doing extremely well. The Pittsburgh Fire District encompasses pretty much all of the town of Pittsburgh, with the exception of a few feet north of Kilbourne Road up north is the Brighton Fire District. And then there's a small area up around Linden Avenue, which is referred to as a fire protection district. that is under contract with the Village of East Rochester and East Rochester Fire Department to provide that. Roughly speaking, there's 29,800 residents in Pittsburgh. The district covers approximately 27,500 residents, majority of which is residential. Square mileage is under the box there, but we are approximately 23, 24 square miles is what the district covers. Go ahead. We operate out of 2 facilities. Our Station 1 here in the village, built in 1986, 1,250 square feet. We have 2 full-time employees that work out of our Station 1, a district administrator as well as a business manager. And then we have 2 part-time station attendants that help maintain the equipment in the buildings. Our Station 2 down on Mendon Road was built in 1972. Interestingly enough, I've always liked to brag about the architecture of Station 2. It was built at a time where nothing was overly attractive, yet that's a building that still fits within the landscape and looks nice. 20,000 square feet, there's 2 part-time station attendants. And then we also have 19 North Main Street right next door, as well as the carriage house behind it, which is 1 parcel. We like to just point out the fact that we are still all volunteer. We're volunteer, we're doing very well with our volunteers. In 2022, we still got an average of 14 and a half firefighters for each and every call, where we approximately are anywhere from 900 to 1,000 calls a year. The trend is going up, our call volume keeps going up. Even though just shy of 4% of our calls are actual fires, we as a fire district still have to plan for the inevitable. We have to plan for worst case scenarios. So out of those 1,000 or so calls, a fair amount of them are kind of nuisance calls, automatic alarms, what we refer to as good intent calls. But in terms of motor vehicle accidents, fires, that's kind of where we need to design ourselves for that kind of worst case scenario. A number that we as a Board of Fire Commissioners is watching very close, not that it's overly important because Jared and I are both at that average. Well, he is, I'm one better than that. Or maybe 1 to the worst, yes, very good, thank you. Average age of our volunteers is 51, so we are an aging population, and as a matter of fact, a good portion of the new members that we're taking in, fortunately, we've been taking in a lot of young residents, but still it's not necessarily helping with that trending of the age. So next one. So why we're here, we, for the last bunch of years, we started this process of developing a facilities master plan a good number of years ago. We got caught up in COVID. Our engineering firm, Stantec, also got caught up in COVID, so things kind of slowed down to a crawl. We also had a little bit of a change in the makeup of our Board of Fire Commissioners, which kind of stalled things out a little bit as well, but we're in that 98, 99% complete right now. That's one reason why we're here. We met with Historic Pittsburgh. We met with our own membership. We're going to meet with the town of Pittsburgh. This draft plan has been sent out to all sorts of interested agencies, the county, state DOT, ambulance, sheriff's department, so on and so forth. So we are getting very close to thinking about adopting this plan. But just to help you understand what a facilities master plan is it's basically just looking long-term of our 2 to 3 facilities, what the ultimate impact is going to be in terms of growth in our community, what the impact is going to be with our membership at the volunteer level. We're sort of in a quandary a little bit in that we need to make sure our facilities are structured in a way that we want to promote and we want to accommodate the volunteers, but we also need to start thinking long-term, and eventually we're going to have career firefighters. That's inevitable in most communities, and we need to start thinking about designing for that. With career firefighters means bunk rooms, additional kitchen facilities, living facilities that they're all going to need at both those stations. And our hope is that we stay volunteer as long as possible, but we have to plan for the inevitable. So Our facilities master plan, for starters, started simple. It looked at all of our infrastructure within the buildings, inventoried HVAC, building envelopes, mechanical systems, space constraints, did a needs assessment with the needs of the building, the long-term needs of the building, and basically started to document sort of a simple approach of how are things going, what needs to be replaced, all the way up in a discussion we could get into in a few minutes, all the way up to grandiose scale, as if we have career firefighters inevitably in the future, this is what kind of square footage that you need. So we're going through now a public process with our facilities master plan with the intention of eventually adopting it. Okay? So again, this is a very simplified approach of what the master plan has uncovered. Things that we knew already. Is again, our mechanical systems are reaching the end. Again, one building built in 72 and the other built in 86. Doesn't seem very old, but lots have changed and we need to keep up with those. We certainly have a lack of space, especially the administrative side, storage, training. Unfortunately, our training space, whenever we need to squeeze a little bit more space out of, usually we lose training space. And then our apparatus. Our apparatus is getting bigger, it's getting heavier, and a lot of that is dictated by federal guidelines as to what apparatus we need to have in our firehouse to be able to adequately staff it. So there's a lot of controls that we don't. We need to follow the guidance that's set forth with us in the apparatus that we have. At Station 1, clearly at Station 1 we do have some specific issues in our attic in terms of ventilation. So that's sort of something that we need to jump on here pretty quick, because it's not necessarily pushing for decay, but it's certainly not helping our building envelope at all. So something we need to be cognizant of. Firefighter gear storage. Might seem like a very simple thing to not have to worry about, but so much is taking place right now. So many conversations around the cancer risk with firefighters, even volunteer firefighters. Cancer is substantially higher in firefighters, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that in a lot of cases your gear, firefighting gear, is stored or is housed in the apparatus space. So we need to start to build some separation. Gear needs to be separate from the apparatus space. Even though we have ventilation systems every time the truck starts, there's still a certain amount of exhaust. We have firefighters that are exposed to smoke and all sorts of other toxins. So we have the tools necessary to clean our equipment, but again, sometimes your gear is stored next to other person's gear, next to the apparatus, perhaps even near living space, so that's something we need to be cognizant of.
Please follow up on that. The issue primarily is the negative pressure. And you go to a fire, your couches and your phones and plastics that are all made out of furniture now, that burns and debris gets onto the firefighters' coats and equipment. Then it goes, we used to all carry our gear when I first started.
In our
We
cars.
throw it in the backseat of your car. We grab it when you get out of the car, shut on the truck and go. As far as secure storage in the firehouse, we want to look at, there's several lockers that are built in the back of the hall. You'll see that there are a number of storage, red rack, metals, portable ones. For cancer reasons, for reason of cancer, we told people you can't store gear in your car. And obviously in the firehouse, some of us, I call myself bistational. I live between the two firehouses, so whichever direction the fire is in, I travel to that firehouse. So I have a set of gear. Many firefighters have a set of gear in both stations. It depends on which side of town it is. So our gear storage is, the space needed is dramatically increased over the last 2 years. The problem with the diesel soot, so to speak, even though we're there, and the snow part of particular, we are 7 or 8 times more likely to have cancer than an average person, anybody that fought fire. Required us now, we carry special cancer coverage for all the firefighters that walk through the door. And it's real. It's something that we have to plan for. So the way that we do that now is all that gear is supposed to be in a room with negative pressure, so that the firefighters will walk in from the parking lot, go to a room that's self-exhausted, get dressed, and then walk into the fire floor and get out of the fire truck. It can't be in the same room. So when we start talking about the space that's inside that firehouse, there just isn't adequate space on the first floor. You have to put the firefighting equipment near the fire trucks when they're getting out, right? Just spatially, there's just space. So that's, in terms of our space, that's what's needed, that discussion.
We have the elephant in the room. We have 19 North Main Street that we still need to contend with, and we'll talk in more detail about that in a second. And then we really truly have a lack of sufficient parking and access, and Jared's going to kind of touch on a little bit more details during his response.
Can you go to the next slide? All right, so this right here is a PDF of the project plans when the firehouse was built in 1986, 87. I was 16 years old. I remember going with my father right before I joined it when I was 18 years old. This was those of us that were around the town when this firehouse was built, it was very controversial. It was controversial for basically one reason. But it's important that we all have this history lesson a little bit as we sit in this room. The old firehouse used to sit right here. You see, anybody that's involved in historic photos, there was a Fort-Day firehouse right here that sat right on Monroe Avenue. And if you can imagine it today, they actually had to pull out onto Monroe Avenue and make a left turn. And when they backed in, they had to come in and pull across Monroe Avenue like that. You can imagine having to do that today with RTS buses and everything that's happening. Again, in 1986, 1985, 1986, they came to the realization we can't do this anymore. We need to build a new firehouse. They went to what was then Security Trust, North Star Bank, and said, hey, we'd like to buy some of your property. This was all North Star Bank. And they said, oh, we're not interested in selling you any property. So the fire district went down Monroe Avenue, opposite Sutherland Street, and had an option to purchase 2 homes opposite Sutherland Street. They went to the public to say, but we've got these properties under contract, we're going to build a new firehouse right opposite Sutherland Street. And to say that our neighbors at the time on Sutherland Street and in the village became exceedingly concerned about that concept is an understatement. I've gone through all the records reading it, and they were very upset. There was a woman that lived over here named Mrs. Strassenberg. And Mrs. Strassenberg had one of the largest accounts in the Security Trust Bank. She was of the concerned citizens. Made a call over to the president of the Security Trust Bank and suddenly.
When things were local back then.
Yes, they suddenly changed their mind and thought it was a good idea that the concept here though is, it was our negotiation point with them was a very small lot. This was an add-on. We bought the Wadham's property in the back, excuse me. This is all
of properties not drawn, that's to the top.
Yeah, this is, if you see, we have 75 members, and I haven't done the math on how many parking spaces there are here, but there's about 20. Again, way back in 1968, because we were here and all the firefighters used to come into the bank, there was a written license agreement, and Jeff will appreciate that, a letter license agreement authorizing the fire department to utilize the bank property to park and to gain access. That's still in place. If you were to look here at this document, when we did this, we had 12,000 square feet, again, not a lot of space. In here, if you can read it, it says access and utility easement to the Pittsford Fire District. And this was to provide access to North Main Street. 5 o'clock traffic here, or 8 o'clock traffic, or pretty much now anytime traffic. If you can picture our firefighters and trying to get to the firehouse, and we all on our phones get an alarm, we go to the firehouse. The firefighters from the north, the east, and sometimes when I come from the south, if I can't make the left turn, I will come here. So this is a vitally important access point to the back of our firehouse to get here. We had to wait to turn left, or wait to get through the intersection here to take a right to come down and get in our access point here. We would lose minutes, right? We've all done it where, probably people have dreamed about making the cut through a many to avoid the line. Right now, we have a simple license agreement with the bank that allows us to use this. If they sell this property, it becomes an office, whatever, and they decide they want to terminate that, we do not have lawful access to the back of our firehouse. All right, and so we started looking at this. Again, we don't have, they took away our parking, we don't have enough parking. And so when we talk about how important the fire station is to the village, we talk about how important it is to us, because these two firehouses years ago, we did a study, or the commission then commissioned a study, we couldn't have the fire stations in two better places to serve our town than where they are right now in terms of strategic timing, where they're located in the state road. So this is perfect, particularly for the equipment here in Nazareth College and Pittsburgh Plaza. When we think about our biggest risk, it's the commercial areas of the Nazareth, and this allows us to get to those places very quickly. So when we talked about, so this is a problem. And so we have been in conversations with the Bank of America since it closed about how important this project is.
Well, even before it closed, long before it closed.
We'll leave this here for just a second, because I'll deal with this in a second, but this is parking, this is access. As far as we're concerned, in order for us to make this work, we have to get this land to park on, an easement to park on, and I need to preserve access. Part of this plan, and we talked about the development of additional space. We have the first floor here. I'm a commissioner, we don't have enough space. That big ladder truck that you saw in the first thing with the bucket, that's not there. Right now, we haven't had it in about 4 months. It's, to get out of the doors on this is about that far on each door, and the front, to get the door down, is about that big. It's a $2 million piece of equipment that's special order. When we built this firehouse in 1987, you could have played basketball at the firehouse. Now, this is the dilemma. That's an essential piece of equipment, particularly for Nazareth for fire rescue. It's got the bucket on the front. We need to get somebody out of that building. That is why that is there. One of our firefighters hit the side of the building coming out with the it's been out for about 4 months. We're not going to get it back for another couple of months. It's been a tremendous amount of damage to the firehouse. It's real. These accidents happen. We've had it for 8-9 years. It's the first time it's happened. It was an extraordinary amount of damage. That's why. Terrible that it happened, but it demonstrates the problem that we have. So in order to do this, we think that if you read our report, we think we need to add a bay to the end of the firehouse with a bigger door for that particular fire truck. And in doing so, opens up space inside the existing truck bay to build that, to provide other services.
That gear storage,
That gear
trailer
storage that we're talking
space, yeah. And that also gives a second floor space as well for the same purpose.
So we think the most efficient thing, at least at this point, again, this hasn't been adopted, but again, the plan suggests building an addition here. This is that access point from Monroe Avenue that you go there. Obviously, if we park a big ladder truck, somebody pulling in here is going to have a problem. So what we need to do is we had granted this easement to the bank when they sold it here. We need to reacquire this easement back, because the fire truck will now, if it's constructed that way, will have to come out onto Monroe Avenue here. We are in discussions with the Bank of America about all this. We're not making great progress. We have a lot of discussions, we exchange a lot of emails, it's not going. In order for us to really push our weight around a little bit, in which I have plenty and Paul has much more, we need to get this master plan adopted, because this will give us the justification necessary to enforce and make some other
You need
property.
Betty Strassenberg.
Yes, we don't have her anymore, and the bank doesn't care. So again, now, with all of to put this, so you understand what we're doing here. If for some reason, if you put 19 North Main Street here, you can understand what we're doing, parking, access. If we couldn't get this property, you understand why the fire district has never sold 19 North Main Street. At that point, that would be our only access to the back of our firehouse. And so we are, if this all goes, not because this expansion, this preservation of this access that we've had, there's never been a problem because we've had this right to the bank and this parking, which we've been allowed to do. If this somehow goes away, we're in deep trouble, and we would probably have to rely on the 19 North Main Street property to gain access to our firehouse. That is why we haven't, not much has happened, right? Driveway is and not being dramatic, the driveway isn't adequate to get the traffic. We would have to either move that house probably or do something, you'd have to build a driveway. I assume it's similar to this, to be able to get it to the back of the bars. Nobody wants to do that, right? They want this house, but they've been hesitant to do anything until we get this resolved. So that's, go ahead, man.
So, okay, move the house, driveway, you still have the carriage house.
Correct.
So,
So the plan, if everything goes as we expect here, right, we can acquire some access, acquire some parking easement, do what we need to do here. We don't need the buildings, we don't need the rest of the parking lot. This goes the way we have it. If you read the plan, it contemplates subdividing the house around about where the fence is. Again, this is just sketch and concept with the existing fences. Fire district, retaining the carriage house because that's its museum and that's where Betsy sits, right? And offering the house for sale. All right, so and when it's an asset, it's worth money, we were required to, if that decision is to sell, that is required to go to referendum vote for all residents, or
As a fire district, we have to go to referendum to be able to
can't give it
surplus and
away.
sell that property.
You can't give it away, you have to sell it because it's the land underneath it's, we've had it appraised and it's worth several $100,000 even in the condition that the house is sitting. So again, that is still hanging out there for us. Paul, in his first incident, and I think from prior discussions, had commissioned a study about what we could do potentially with that house for fire district. It's a very expensive renovation for limited utility. I can't put the fire gear over there. I can't put the firefighters there. It's just, there's limited utility and spend that substantial amount of money in millions of dollars to essentially have a few office space and some storage doesn't make sense for what we're trying to do. So the highest and best use, I think of that is for a home or an office, similar to what you see here. Obviously, you all can figure out what lawful uses should be there, but it's something to consider. But I know people are concerned about what's happening with 19 North Main Street. 19 North Main Street has been preserved, essentially mothballed, until we could figure out what was happening here.
I have a question. Would there ever be a possibility, we talked about career firefighters, to house them in that house?
Probably not. We put them in the fire station itself with everything housed in there for training, et cetera. Again, the money that would be, we'd have to put an elevator, we'd have to put all sorts of renovations that make that a municipal building, right? Similar to if you just don't have the flexibility.
Yeah, we're no different than any other municipalities, so everything we have to do has to bring it up to current code. Then we have ADA codes. So every study I conducted in the past always had anywhere from about $2 to a $3.5 million price tag to bring that building up to some semblance of code, which at this stage, for taxpayers, doesn't make any sense, especially since you're still removed from the fire station itself.
and so you're in the business really not of redoing a house, but figuring out the best use for the facility that you have.
Again, if we
That's what I meant, like if you're
It's awfully
directing,
expensive.
if you're directing $3 million, you would
Really
maybe
pretty.
want to put it somewhere else.
Yes.
and if we,
That's what I'm hearing.
if the master plan, if everyone defined the fact that that space was warranted, then we would be more into the business of historic preservation and doing it right. I think the work that we did on the carriage house back in the late 90s was proof that, we're committed to it, we wanted it preserved. If the space works well for our firefighters, it works well for our old apparatus, those type of things. But right now, 19 North Main Street, just a little bit too far removed, and just no matter what, too big of a price tag. However, back in 2018, no matter what we were going to do with the space, no matter what any master plan said we were going to do with the space, whether it was to subdivide and sell, whether it was to renovate, whether it was to give away or whatever it was, we still needed to do the asbestos abatement. So that is one thing we committed to do. That's why it's in the state that it's in right now. The asbestos abatement is done. The environmental hazards have now been removed from the property. So we are one step closer and really committed to now do something with the space. And now if it's to renovate, if it's to subdivide and sell, that puts that next buyer potentially one step closer to be able to do something. So we needed to do that regardless. We needed to get the asbestos.
Is demolition at all on a aspect?
No, I don't want to, if we, again, that's why I said what I said to you regarding if we lose access, and this is our only access, I got to tell you, I'm one of 7. We got to keep access, and I try like heck to find somebody for it to move it. But if nobody wants it, we're going to need to move on, right? But that's 99 decisions ahead of us. Only if we can't get something here, and we will try to condemn this property before. I believe we'll try to condemn this property from the bank before we have no intention of ever having anything happen there. But I can't tell you it'll never happen. It would only happen if we could not secure access.
And again, condemnation is a dirty word. We don't want to do it any more than any other municipality does. But if it comes down to it, then that's what we need to do. I mean, there's been no less than 100 conversations with Bank of America over the years, trying to get them to understand the value of the property and what we need it for. But apparently they have more money than God, and they're in no rush.
So we, in theory, and again, a public thing here, but condemnation is important. It may be an important process to start to get somebody at the Bank of America to understand what's happening. The sale of this building is not on their priority. It hasn't at the top of the pile. As I understand, it's not in the middle of the pile. It's in the bottom of the pile.
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah,
They're
so
moving
we've
on
tried,
the
we've
ball.
had multiple conversations, and they're pleasant. As I've indicated, they're selling skyscrapers in Chicago, and the branch in the Village of Pittsford is not yet their priority.
Is it even possible for you to buy the Bank of America building?
Look, from a fire district perspective, I can tell you as a municipal lawyer, we can only buy property that we need. From my perspective, we need this. The bank may come to us and say, you want this, you got to take all of it. I think that's a decision that we'd have to make. I don't know what we've got to sort of have a piece of property here that we're not using. I'm not sure what we would need with 2 bank buildings, but we would certainly, we would certainly have those discussions and see if there was
Find a
either
partner to
another
work with or something.
a private developer or a government, another governmental entity that may need space in the village. If you want a new village hall.
Or the town?
Maybe a nice large meeting room with
There you go.
cameras and
Nice.
sound systems.
Dorothea's looking at it. What's wrong with my system?
Fantastic.
So again, so yes, those discussions, but our hope is that we can try to work something out one way or the other.
But those partnership conversations are ongoing as well. We're exploring every possible option that we might have.
Our point here is to show you how many balls are in the air, why it's important that the property maintenance, the strategic master plan that we put in front of you, we sent it to you for a reason. A, we wanted your comment, but as importantly, we want the village board of trustees support. We want you to understand all the thought that's gone into this and why it's important to do this and why the strategic facilities master plan is essential for our steps moving forward. If we can rely on it, we can have your support. We know that we can take the steps necessary to sort of do the things that we need to do.
Dave Marshall.
Hey, it's nice to see you.
Could you explain how the condemnation process works? Whether or not it be Bank of America, to me,
There's a statute called the eminent domain procedure law. And what it requires, I can give you the summary, it requires you to, in this case, the fire district to establish a need and to get the property assessed or appraised, and we're required to make an offer of the highest appraised value of the property to Bank of America for what we need. So right now, I would tell you, this is what we need, that an appraiser is in the process of appraising that. At that point, you're required by law to make an offer to the Bank of America. If they choose not to accept that offer, then you can go through with the eminent domain procedure. You have a public hearing, you declare the need. Again, it's a relatively simple process. The nuance is you would declare the fire district in that instance would have to declare the need of the property, except that we're not taking any more than we need.
Hence our master plan too.
Right,
Including our master plan.
we're not taking any more land than we need. We're taking the land that we need, and that there, et cetera, and that the property is needed for public purpose. There's plenty of case law in New York that declares fire district purposes, fire department purposes as a lawful public purpose. We think we just need to be thoughtful on what we need and why. And then at that point, there's a process, and at that point, and the process plays out, you end up taking the property, and the judge will order a deed filed if need be. And then there's a determination of value. So again, there's a second phase to it where Bank of America and the fire district would have some discussions of potential litigation over the value of the property. So it's a two-step process.
Is there a recourse only in valuation?
I don't know what you would mean when you ask that question.
If Bank of America will say, we don't like this process and we're going to argue against it, is there only recourse to argue of the valuation? Or could they say to you, hey, you have this other building in this other spot that you could take down instead of the condominium?
They could challenge the need. Remember the four-step test that I told you, they can step in and argue that process. And again, I'm pretty confident that the need that we, the additional space that we need, were there. They would have a hard press telling them that we should park the ladder truck at 19 North Main Street. Just not something. So I think we're good there. I think the question is, are we taking too much? And again, this is problematic for us in terms of the value, and so the parking easement that we're seeking along the northern property is, that's the issue. But again, typically, the value is the issue of dispute.
So this,
Okay, no, go ahead, finish.
just to continue the thought, so this is the path that you're moving toward, possibly unless the conversations with Bank of America continue to a little bit more control.
I'm one of 7 commissioners, and I just need to be clear. This will allow us to make a decision to move in that direction. I'm not sure the district would do that. I am of the opinion, I don't want to speak for Paul, we need this property this easily. So
We absolutely need the property, and the hope is that we can just purchase it and that goes through the end.
nobody wants to do that, but I can't. They won't even call us back.
I was going to say, so do you have a timeline? Like, are you looking perfect scenario? Or is it just based on the fact that you're trying to work this deal with Bank of America and it could be years?
No, I don't think it'll be that long. We have a public hearing scheduled for May 31st on that. I would love to have if the board were
To adopt our master plan, which again, nothing's written in stone with that master plan either, but that gives us some teeth on what we're trying to accomplish.
At that point, we would then, assuming the master plan was adopted, at that point, the board would say, okay, this is our master plan, what do we need to do to make that master plan happen? And then that would, I think, could give us some avenues to pursue whatever we wanted with the bank, not whatever we wanted, what we needed to do with Bank of America, either continue that negotiation, which we intend to do, or at some point, the board, I think, would make the decision that they're going to, they'll have to make a decision on whether they want to pursue eminent domain, at least to get Bank of America to the
It's
table.
one of your options.
Right.
Just to continue that thought too, part of the possible purchase price, could you also embed in those negotiations to lease back the parking or the access to the potential future buyer or Bank of America?
I think that would probably be part of that private partnership that we're talking about. I think if we were to work with another governmental entity, I think we would, there's a significant amount of shared parking in the village that might work. But again, all those options, there's no option that's on the table or off the table. I think all options are on the table with regard to what would happen.
In a perfect world, to subdivide off the land that we need and sell the rest. But again, similar to 19 North Main Street, as soon as we own that property, and if we subdivide, then we have to go through again a referendum would be board approval to be able to sell the property as well. Again, I don't think that's the end of the world, but just adds that many more elements to the conversation at one time.
So if the process is only such that you acquire the green and the yellow here on this chart, Bank of America could sell that to you, but then as part of that negotiation, could Bank of America retain any sort of, you mentioned municipal, but could Bank of America, a private entity, retain a leaseback agreement for that parking on that strip if somebody were to want to come in and put another bank there, for example?
We could, this is, we're not trying to buy this, this is an easement.
Yeah.
In my mind, this is an
We just want to
easement.
preserve it as access and parking.
Right, this is building, this is gonna be fee, right? We're gonna park a building here, and this is, we're getting rid of that access. I think these are, we're willing to do whatever up here. This is probably hard in terms of us owning and controlling.
So through the condemnation process, you could potentially acquire access and parking rights, not necessarily the land itself. The land would potentially be retained by the Bank of America building.
Correct. Like it is now, for 50 years, it's,
It's not changing.
and again, I don't know what's gonna go in those bank buildings, if it's not fire district or another, governmental, I don't know. But again, we've all survived. We have the parking here, it's all sort of shared, and it's gone along. If you think about it, this could all be merged together. We might be able to reconfigure this parking to make it better.
You're essentially memorializing, though, your access through that process.
Correct.
And the bank building or potential future owner, whether or not municipal or private, could continue to retain that access as well.
Correct. We can make it municipal, like, again, Starbucks, they could get Starbucks at the library, it's all municipal parking. The Starbucks gets the benefit of municipal parking that's salted, maintained, sealed, all that many commercial owners have to deal with. That's, of course, reflected in the lease rent that they pay. So we can.
So the reason I'm asking this question is the last thing we want in the village is a prime location of real estate like Bank of America that's uniquely positioned where parking is a valuable commodity for a location of that type, right? There's really no other access point that's easy across the way without crossing the street. And to that end, we would hope, at least in a master plan like this, that you consider that relationship, not just with a municipal owner of Bank of America, but a potential future private owner of Bank of America, their ability to retain the use of that. So however you move that forward, I think as a village trustee, we don't want to have a ghost building that doesn't have great utility.
And we wholeheartedly agree, and that's the way it's been for the last 50 years. I mean, the majority of time when we need to maximize the parking tends to be off business hours as well. So it usually is a win, with the exception of a massive fire in town where every firefighter is going to try to cram in every space possible. The fact is at that point, the rules have changed a little bit. We're going to find a place to park somewhere. But the fact is that we want to accommodate as much parking there as well, because that's to our own benefit.
But I do need to, if we're getting into the eminent domain procedure, we can only take the property that we need for public purpose. So there's no way in my mind, right, that we can ever do it. And so if we come in and do this, we have to take it understanding that it will then be up to Bank of America to decide what happens over here, and we have no control over that. Right.
So you can, sorry, just to keep this going, so you would only take, for example, the green where the parking is, if you were to go down the path of eminent domain, but can eminent domain allow you to acquire the permanency of the parking availability, or do you actually have to acquire the land itself?
We've made no decisions. We need this parking. I think my gut, as one commissioner would say, we don't need the land underneath it. We've lived with it for all these years. We just need the ability to park. If the bank says, look, you have the right to take that, but why don't you just take the property, not just the easement? I think we'd look at you and say, okay, well, if you can subdivide that. Again, all options are on the table. All we need is the right to park. We can't justify.
Yeah, I know you're pressed for time because you have other commitments, so, if you have additional questions, maybe you can, catch up with them offline.
And I think
Yeah.
just the openness of conversation is really wonderful.
It is, it's great,
Yes.
but I know
Thank
you're
you.
pressed for time.
We appreciate you guys coming.
Time isn't.
It's
25 after
25
6.
6, so.
Justin, like, trustee as well. Thank you for the presentation. This is very helpful to understand where things are right now. I don't think that I've got a copy of the fire district master proposed master plan yet.
It's on the website.
It's on the fire district website.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to clarify where to get that.
We'll send the link out to everybody, okay? And we'll
Yeah,
post it as
good.
well.
And
Okay.
did you say there's already a public hearing scheduled for that?
May 31st
Okay.
at 7 PM.
We'll post it.
At Station
Mhm.
One.
It's
I was
station.
just gonna ask if we could make sure we post that on our website too.
7 PM.
And
May 31st.
Yes. And so again, just for the record, we did receive correspondence from Historic Pittsburgh. They are supportive of the master plan. Again, we're seeking your, as a board, your support. We want to know that when we make that decision closely after May 31st, okay, you're with us, you're walking with us if you can, if you feel like it. I think it's pretty straightforward.
This is really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much for your time. We appreciate that.
Just one thing to point out again, when you look at the plan, we summarize, getting back from 19 North Main Street and Bank of America, we still have needs at both our fire stations too. And those needs are kind of outlined. We kind of looked at two different options. One is each station to sort of fit within the footprint, trying to put our program in the current footprint of each building. And then that's option two. Option one would be to expand each fire department to allow for those programs. The gear squads, the bunk-in space, the additional administrative space, the apparatus space, all those kind of things. So we don't need to get into the minutia of that. It's certainly in the plan. But again, just to reiterate what Jared says, maybe if you don't necessarily agree with the whole master plan as a whole, but maybe if you could show support for the Bank of America piece, which also helps us with the 19 North Main Street decision, that's really kind of what we're looking for. You agree, Jared?
Yes. We just want to know that we're not going against it.
Nice, thank you. We really appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thanks so much.
Don't mean to run, and there's some schematics stuff.
There's a schematic that shows you the easement.
And that's on the plan.
That's on the
Plan's
plan
like
as well.
160 pages.
And then the last 130 pages are just more infrastructure stuff. You can really look at it if you want. It's going to tell you the HVAC is old. It needs to be replaced. So,
We would know that.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
thank you guys. We really appreciate your time.
Next thing.
Your contact information is on the website, right? Yes.
Yes.
That's all it is.
That was amazing.
Yeah, you really see like all the moving parts,
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know?
That was really important.
Yeah.
Yes, work with the residents.
Mr. Middle here with the changeover, please. Okay. Thanks, Dorothea.
Well, I figured you'd be able to see everybody.
I know. Okay. We're back in action here. Okay, thanks again to our friends at Copperleaf for, I hope you learned something here, right? In terms of,
Wasn't that good? Yeah, I think everybody should
yeah, a
have.
lot of moving
Heard
parts
that.
here. Okay, so then we're going to switch over now. Are you set, Dorothea?
Oh, sure.
Okay, all right. I didn't want to brush her, but a lot of switching of gears here, huh? Okay, so we have the non-municipal permit for Copperleaf. And welcome. Oh, yeah, you can pull, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Meyer.
Come on, right up.
Yeah.
We don't bite, not too much, not too much.
All right, it's early.
Yeah. Wait an hour.
Everybody's been fed, right? Copperleaf Brewing, 50 State Street, Northfield Commons. We're looking to do a Father's Day event on Father's Day in the parking lot area of Northfield Common. We kind of set it up similar to what's been approved for the following weekend for the Creators Fest, with the kind of roped off area for the parking.
Thank you.
And similar to what they're going to have, a van and a food truck. And we're open for business that day from noon to 8 PM. We would be looking for the event, we did put 1 PM, we're looking for the band to be 1 to 5 PM, and the event noon to 5 PM.
Sort of an afternoon thing.
Kind of an
Okay.
afternoon thing, because we figured, it's a Sunday, and most people aren't going to want to be out
Yeah.
too late anyways. I do want to clarify, we did say an estimated guest count of 400, that would be throughout
Over
the course of the day.
Okay.
We haven't done this before, so we took a guess at it, and like I said, we did kind of look at what Raiders Fest did, and just said, okay, let's see what we can do here. We would have a band, again, from 1 to 5. We would put up a small 10 by 10 pop-up tent for them. It's something that they requested, so it would just go up and be taken down, so nothing major. Covered that. The food truck that folks that we've talked to they're called Potato-licious. I don't know if that makes a difference. We are still pending approval from the New York, the SLA, New York State Labor Authority, sorry. They had the approval, they've had our application now for a while, and they usually do take a little while to come back.
Not moving too
So
fast.
we're hoping to get that to come back soon. Our plan is that for those that are coming to the event, we would do wristbands for the over 21 crowd, so that we would have verification of who actually can be purchasing beer out in that area. As inside, we're already licensed for that. We still do check, but if somebody is going to be walking through the parking area and grabbing a beer, we want to make sure that we have a wristband that's been verified. And that's kind of the details of what we're looking for. Like I say, it's the first time we've done it, and I'm hoping that it'll be a well-attended, something for folks to do for a Father's Day type of thing.
Yeah, and the other businesses will be open.
On Sunday, most likely they won't.
Okay, so it's
Most of
really
them
more
are
geared to, okay,
closed on a Sunday.
okay.
So
So there's room.
Yeah, I have sent out, we have an email distribution for the Northfield County Business. I sent something out to them, actually probably about a month ago, to let them know we were looking at doing this. And the most of the rest, I think Cleveland 7 is closed on a Sunday, and Olives, a hairdresser, Notion,
Yeah.
Cupcake
Okay.
Place. Pretty much, I think Mary Ann up at the coffee shop, she does some, but she's kind of set up in a way. Pittsburgh Lumber is not open, so.
So there's space for,
Yeah, I
okay.
mean, we would probably set up the roped off area pretty early, just because there are folks that even though it's signs for private, nobody's supposed to park there that doesn't come to the business, they still park there. So we would want to kind of set that up early to make sure that we have that area enclosed, and then we would take it down at the end of the event.
Can I ask,
Sure.
would it be a problem if the other businesses decided to open on that day?
Absolutely not. I mean, that's
I
kind
mean, you
of.
want to.
Yeah, I mean, I
you know,
certainly would.
Father's Day.
If I were there, I would,
Certainly more than welcome to, I know.
we have all those people there, I
Yeah.
want people coming into my
Yeah.
space, okay.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think that would be great. We're very much promote of each other.
Yeah,
down in the
yeah,
Northfield
that's
County
great.
area that, we like to
Yeah,
let
it's
each
a
other
good
know
group.
what's going on.
Mhm.
In fact, it's, part of the Creators Fest that we had a previously approved permit to be able to serve beer on the 24th for the
Right.
Creators
Yeah.
Fest, and Bonnie was thrilled,
Yeah.
Sure,
that
Sure.
that was going to be there. And of course, that one is still pending from the state too.
Mhm, yeah.
They take their time. So yes, very much so.
Is this basically the same setup as for the founders, for the event that's
Creators
happening?
Fest?
Yeah,
Yes.
so this area has also been examined by the fire department and fire district, and you've been given permission as far as ingress, egress to this area?
I have not done that. Steve, is that something I should run by the fire folks?
The setup, the layout for this event, has the fire department looked at, or have you in your capacity as fire marshal to look at that? To make
Okay.
sure there's proper
Okay,
access and egress?
okay.
There should be a follow-up to
If you
that.
need anything from me, I can give you this copy.
Yeah, I'd like a copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the same concern. Maybe it's just because we had a fire department discussion for an hour, but I just want to make sure that since we're roping off areas, there are buildings behind the roped off area. I want to make sure that if something happens, they've got a plan for getting to it.
Yeah, I'll make sure there's proper access.
Well, did we ask that question when we approved the Creators Fest?
We didn't have an hour long
Because,
presentation
yeah,
from the fire
so
department.
I think that maybe we
Remind us.
should take a look at both of those. I mean, well, they're the same thing, but,
We did try to follow the same type of a pattern that. that
sure,
had
sure.
used on
But I
hers.
don't think we asked the question.
Yeah, because it still allows for traffic when they come down into Northfield Common to go to the
To
right
the right.
of our
Wrap around.
building, around and back, and still come up through by Pittsford Lumber and, is it the Cupcake Shop that's there?
Dolce?
To be able to come up and then go back out and up onto to Sean Sheen Place. I'm not sure
Okay.
everybody's.
Yeah.
So Steve,
I have one question,
Yes.
Mr. Perimeter. I know that the SLA is going to, I think they require that you have an enclosed area, totally enclosed, has one access point, is that right? So you can check people's
Right.
proof and so forth?
Right, and that's what the red entrance and exit is for that.
Right.
And the blue one was just what I showed for the ingress egress for our building, but that's where the entrance.
Here in the back, I assume that people are able to pull in here and park.
Yeah.
And couldn't they access here? There doesn't seem to be a roped off area.
It's roped off more for cars to be coming through.
Sure, you don't want that. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is people walking into your venue. So
Okay,
this looks like an additional access point, unless I'm not looking at this correctly.
no, it potentially could be, you're correct. This same drawing, other than where, the band and the food truck is what was sent into the state.
Okay,
Um,
maybe they'll let
They'll
you
give
know,
you the
but
feedback.
I do believe that
Yeah.
you have to be totally enclosed
Okay,
in order to meet their criteria for outdoor service. And I think that this
so we
is a
should,
little hole here.
to show a roped off area
It
for
might be, they
here.
might
Some
ask
other
you to
type
put
of
something.
Yeah,
security.
Yeah.
security there, so people
Okay.
can see in the
Yeah.
back.
Okay,
Okay,
That wouldn't be part of our.
that's SLA.
That's SL,
between them
yeah.
and SLA.
Yes.
But you may not want to contact them, because that's not the hang up.
Is it helpful if we make an approval contingent on the fire marshal's review of the plan?
They don't know,
So I'll make a motion then that we approve the non-municipal use.
do we need to waive the 45?
Yes. That we approve the non-municipal use permit as presented, and we waive the 45-day notice requirement contingent on the fire marshal's approval.
I second.
Okay, back for discussion, yes?
It was second, okay. An additional condition, I would add that on approval also from SLI. We would want to see that as well.
That really is between them and SLA, whether or not they serve liquor or don't, alcohol. Don't serve alcohol is really not.
They could still hold the event without any
It's not
alcohol.
the
We're not,
business of
that's
this
not our
board.
purview.
It's really not the business of this board to decide whether or not you would grant a non-municipal based on that condition, even though that's their desire and that's what they want to do. If they don't get the special permit from the SLA, they won't be serving the beer.
I
Just
see.
inside your building.
inside our.
Then it would just be inside your
license
building.
area,
I
They
see.
would not be able to
Mhm.
take it into
Right,
the other
Right.
area.
So everything else would still happen, it's just the beer portion.
Mhm.
Okay, got it.
I mean, if the board wants it.
Yeah, I
We
understand.
haven't voted, but
Okay,
okay, so just to be clear, the motion is with pending the fire marshal's review and approval. Okay, so,
And waiving 45-day review.
oh, no, yes, and waiving the 45 days, okay. Okay, yep, roll call, please, unless there's any other, okay.
Trustee Coe,
Aye.
trustee Lanfair,
aye.
trustee Marshall,
Aye.
trustee Lightgev,
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye,
Motion passed.
cheers.
Thank you very much.
It's a nice event for Father's Day.
Yeah.
We love that you guys do this.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
and thanks for waiting.
Okay, no worries. It's actually quite
I'll put that on my
Excuse me.
calendar.
Oh, hang on one second, yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind.
You're all set.
You're all set.
I just had a quick follow-up question that had to do with the form we have in front of us,
Uh-huh.
if I may. Is there any possibility for this non-municipal use permit application to, in number 3 at the bottom, to include some sort of follow-up line where it says, and receive advance approval, should it be so determined by the code enforcement officer and fire marshal?
In terms of the action taken?
Yeah, so we have some nice items down here below, but what we're not asking for is approval of the fire marshal, or should it be determined by the.
Well, it's a matter of record with the village clerk based on the motion. But I see where you're going with that. You know what, why don't we get, Steve, why don't we just review this application, maybe we can put in a section. How's that?
Something at the bottom.
Yeah, and then we'll bounce it back to the board
And
and
then we
make sure we're
approve
all on the
it, then we
same
approve
page.
the form, and
Yeah.
then it goes live.
Okay.
It also mentions this, the town of Pittsford Fire Marshal, it should be changed to the village of Pittsford Fire Marshal.
Yeah, the form should be updated.
Yeah, let's take a look at that and bring it back to the board, okay?
Yeah. Steve, can I
Yeah,
give
good
this?
catch, good
Steve,
catch,
we'll
everybody.
give- Steve will give that to you with the
Yeah,
It just has a little, like,
couple
maybe
little
something.
things to change on it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
okay. The Eagle Scouts are not here tonight because of the meeting time and date change, so they're going to be coming back, am I correct, at the next meeting? Okay. So we're going to go past that, and then next up is the dog park discussion and land use.
Yeah, so I brought this to the attention of the board because there's been some residents that have inquired about that, myself included, as a dog lover, knowing how many dogs walk through the village by my house every day. There has been some ask as to whether the village could have some kind of dog park within the village proper. There is a town dog park out East Street, but many people don't want to get in a car to walk their dogs. So that is kind of what's come up. I spoke with Bob Corby, based on the fact that he's, been around for a long time, and he is part of the Arboretum land. And he had talked about the intention of the Arboretum is really as a wildlife preserve. So he was, a little resistant as to opening up space for a dog park there. However, he said that, he could be open to looking at that space. But he had mentioned that there's some town space near Monroe Ave Bridge that's right across from Talbot's there, I think. Is that town? I don't know.
Oh, that's town land.
Yeah.
That's town land, and there's a path that cuts through to Southern
Yes,
Dotto.
yes. So
You see where we're talking?
you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about?
No, where are you talking, behind the library?
No, all the way down to.
As you're leaving the village down
Over the canal
Monroe.
bridge.
Okay.
It's on the canal.
It's on the other side of the bridge, and it's adjacent to what is the town preserve.
Yes, correct. I have a
It's
call,
on the west side of the bridge.
Yes,
yes.
yes.
I have a
North
call
and
into
west.
Bill Smith, I've talked about this before with him, whether the town would even entertain the fact of having 2 dog parks on their property. I'm not sure, but that's where I am right now in the works. Just I'm waiting for Bill Smith to get back to me and see if they even think about that. Does anybody else have any other thoughts of an area within the village that could possibly be? I know that we're kind of
We're
working with
sort
the
of
Arboretum land.
tight on
DPW, I know.
But I mean, I think that's an interesting, starting point there, at least, because there it is.
Right.
It's right there.
Right, it's right there.
I
so-
know.
All right,
It's right at the canal path, they can take it right down.
yeah,
Yeah,
so that's where I am with that.
and if your car's in for repair, you can walk your dog.
That's right, rock your car
Okay.
off, walk your dog.
Okay, so we have that.
One of the other ideas, of course, there's development occurring in our community all the time, and sometimes larger developments. And we often, as part of the planning process, the LWRP process, we talk about public amenities. While it isn't necessarily something where we'd be identifying town land, one could entertain the idea, if there's support from other boards, particularly the planning and zoning board, the idea of public amenities, including things that if the community were to want, might be part of a larger project. Just to drop that as an idea.
Great, thanks. Yeah, you bet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else on that from you? No, thanks for that update. I
Okay.
think, that's definitely worth pursuing, especially with the town, because what are they doing there? Okay, next up, the Arboretum land dedication.
Sure, I can take this one if that's okay with the board.
Yep.
So we've talked for quite a while about the land dedicated as a park, completely or incompletely, however that may be perceived in the northwest quadrant. I did put together a map after some discussion with several people in the community, after discussions with our DPW superintendent, and based on the survey that we had conducted, what was that, a couple of years ago, or about a year ago, by Scott Harder, the village engineer.
Just last year.
Last year, thank you. And based on that, I put together a map that I thought represented the dedication that was done in 2020, in July, as well as the original intent as expressed in the comprehensive plan, which was cited in that resolution. I don't want to go over all of those details if we don't need to, because there are quite a few of them. Instead, I do see we received a communication from Zach Clear, the DPW superintendent. Is he, and he's not here, I noticed. I was hoping he would be here to talk about it.
He can't make Tuesday meetings.
Okay.
He's had a long-standing commitment, and so he can't even make it. Yeah.
So I'd
So I
still
think
like to
that's
talk
why
about
we-
these points, and I regret that he's not here to talk about it with us. I
Yeah.
certainly don't want to misrepresent anything. Steve, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, in regards to this,
Do you want me to read it first? I'd be happy to read
you
this.
might, yes, you can probably read it first, but I just wanted to know that this is my role or charge for this village. I feel like I can't let this go forward because of the code that we have on our books. There are multiple sections of zoning that will not allow this dedication to take place until a plan is put into action. It is brought before the Planning and Zoning Board, it is approved, LWRP is taken care of, and seeker.
Well,
That's my role as the code officer of this village, and I think it would be wrong, based on our code, to dedicate this land or do anything further with this land until an actual plan has been put out, a landscaping plan has been put out, LWRP is taken care of, and seeker is satisfied.
Okay, thanks, but, why don't you, continue here, and then let's, bring it back, we can talk about it, what next steps maybe, we need to take, all of that, and kind of roll things forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. So I'll read this. I know we have Dorothea read a lot of these things, but I'm happy
please
to
do.
cover it.
She's always reading everything.
Want to? Okay, so Zach wrote, I do not feel that the dedication of the Arboretum lands at this time is best practice. Without a proper site plan that includes proper consideration of the DPW safety, functionality, and future needs, this is just another reaction that is being forced through without proper vetting. When Trustee Lykev met with Scott Harder and myself to go over the proposed changes to the scale of the Arboretum land after the survey showed the inaccuracies of the acreage, I thought we were finally on a good understanding and that we would continue to meet to put a site plan together that worked for the DPW and the Arboretum before making any permanent decisions. There are still many things that need to be addressed: parking and trail access for Arboretum visitors, legal use of Canal Corp property, safety of the visitors to the Arboretum, separation and security of the DPW, none of which have been addressed as of yet. I look forward to creating a site plan that is accommodating and future-looking for both the DPW facility and the Arboretum that addresses the safety and security concerns that we at the DPW have been trying to achieve for years. Once there is a proper site plan in place, I would feel confident to endorse the dedication of the Arboretum. Regards, Zach.
Nicely read.
Thank you. I hopefully it was accurate. So that was received today from Zach. Does anybody on the board want to, so I understand Steve has some concerns about this as well. Does anybody on the board, my goal here is to talk with the board, the other elected officials on our governing body, about concerns that they have. And I appreciate the input from our staff, but really this is our discussion. So which ones of these concerns that have been brought to us are concerns that are shared by board members at this time?
Yeah, sure, Lily.
Thank you. My understanding of what the goal was that was laid out 6 or 8 months ago when Scott and Zach and Justin determined to meet was to come to an understanding, or to come with to find a workable answer to the original dedication. So I guess what I'm looking at here, at least I thought I was understanding, is we're not rededicating the property. That has already been accomplished. What I think Jeff suggested was that we needed to make an adjustment to the existing dedication, because that's something, anything else would have to go to the state legislature. This has been deemed public property and cannot be changed except in the state legislature, and that exists. So any changes that we are anticipating or talking about here, which I understand is a minor one, and seem to satisfy all parties, I thought we were looking at an adjustment to our original dedication.
After running this by NICOM,
Yeah,
it was Wade Beltramo's opinion that it was an incomplete
Okay.
dedication. It needed to be completed by a formal meets and bounds description.
Okay, so that would be our next step.
That would be
yeah, I mean,
next step.
that's where I thought this was the previous board, so that's where I thought it was left off, that, we needed to have the proper meets and bounds. There was a concern that the Canal Corporation property was simply included as part and parcel of what the DPW has. That's where we're back. I'm in contact with them. I actually have a phone conference with them tomorrow about this, the land.
With whom? Sorry.
The Canal Corp,
Okay, great.
because DPW is using some of the land. We don't have anything formalized at all with them. And it was also my understanding, because it was we were supposed to have, we did receive the bids from, the landscape designers and consultants to take a look and assess the entire parcel, and looking at two disparate needs. One is our DPW facility, and then the other is that we want to activate this properly for public use as the Arboretum. The bids were so high, we recognized that we really couldn't afford to do that. And so it is my understanding, I believe it's on the record, that it was, you and Scott Harder, and you had your first meeting, you had one meeting, and Zach sit down and go through together and assess the needs. My understanding was you had the one meeting, but I thought you were going to have subsequent meetings and really kind of come up with a plan, and then, again, look at the meets and bounds, do the proper site plan for this, so we have all of the information in front of us. So if it is an incomplete, Jeff, an incomplete
That was the
dedication
phrase,
from
that was
Nikon?
the phrase that Wade used.
I just think that as elected officials, we know we want these things, but let's complete this then in the proper way. Let's make sure we're kind of doing it the right way with the meets and bounds. Scott Harder couldn't be at the meeting tonight. He had a conflict as well. But I know he wanted to weigh in on this and just make sure people really did understand. He did the survey. You guys had your initial meeting. I think my takeaway from, what Zach sent to the board, and also from discussions with Scott, and I don't mean to speak for Scott, but my understanding was that there were going to be some subsequent meetings, and then they would come back to the board. You guys would come back and say, this is really what we're looking at for the DPW. This is what's needed. And I'll just take the DPW section of that at this point, because we know we want the Arboretum. The DPW has never been secured. There's no fencing around it. There's nothing. And we are the only DPW in Monroe County that has absolutely no secured fencing. So people go through with dogs and kids and bicycles. They're going back and forth. They're backing up, huge equipment. I'm telling you, the crew has said on so many occasions they're terrified that they're going to hit somebody. And so that's the kind of thing we need to do. Let's do this right. Let's complete this dedication properly and make sure we're handling two different needs in the best possible way that meets the needs that we all want, for our public land, for the Arboretum, and then also for the DPW. That's really where we are. And I think we just need a little more of those meets and bounds, and properly where we're looking at things, to directing things for both of these great projects, really. So that's where I'm at. I think we have a little more work to do, and I really would like to have Zach here, or maybe we can set up another meeting, where we know Zach can be here, and Scott as well, so we can really maybe hammer out just the last bits of this.
Because that would be like a working meeting almost.
Yeah, like a little workshop or
Yeah.
something. You're right, that's a good idea.
Yeah, a
Thank you.
workshop.
Yeah.
Can I just make a comment? So I have a question, Justin. So what is your reservation about doing an actual site plan? Like, why are you concerned about waiting for that?
So this is, let me just kind of take a step back for a moment. This is based on a couple of things we've heard tonight from our building inspector, Steve, from the superintendent, Zach, and also, I believe, from the mayor. It seems like this is something that is new and unplanned. That couldn't be farther from the truth. If we go back to 2018, I think it was, there was a survey of village residents. 80% of it wanted it to remain green space. 2019, this was cited as the best location for a park in the comprehensive plan, which included a couple of different maps, one of that parcel and one of the park in an area encompassing what is now the town park, as well as part of the RG&E area and part of the Canal Corp land. That was indicated as a future park. In June 2020, when I was a member of the planning board at that time, I actually have an email from Justin Fleischer, the chair of the planning board, and I'll just read this into the record as well, because I think it's a really great piece of information. This is from June 16, 2020, and he said, this is just an email to the planning board members. I talked to Mayor Corby tonight, and he mentioned his interest in providing stronger protections for the Northwest quadrant to keep it a park. I told him I supported keeping it a park. Resident surveys overwhelmingly supported keeping it a park. The comp plan specifies it should be a park. Interestingly, and he talks about the 2003 comp plan, which indicated that as a housing development, which the residents changed their opinion, and that was no longer the predominant opinion later. And Justin goes on to say, anyway, the mayor wants to designate it a park to protect it. Once designated as parkland, it's difficult to undo. It requires the state legislature to undo it. I told him the planning board has been in agreement that it should be a park. We discussed that last summer. And he says, if the subject of what type of park comes up, I would like a broad discussion of ideas. However, the matter of protecting it seems well settled in my opinion. And that was in June of 2020. So in July of 2020, there was a resolution which said we're going to do what the comp plan says. And again, the comp plan contains a map, which actually has an area that is more expansive than the current dedication by a little bit. It actually includes part of the current DPW yard. And the board resolved to set aside that land as permanent parkland dedicated to the public. So to me, this is not a new thing. And while there is certainly more planning to be done, I appreciate Trustee Lanfear is circulating the resolution. The determination was made by the Comprehensive Plan Committee that the best and highest value for the DPW property was to make it permanently as a park. And this is what the Arboretum would provide. So I think that, there were other concerns raised by the superintendent of the DPW, Mr. Bleer. These are things that have been discussed over and over again. I realize that there is work to be done in defining the boundary, and I believe that the map that I've presented does that as a refinement of the previous maps in the comprehensive plan and the survey that was completed that the village spent $15,000 for, I think.
Because it had never been done.
Verify the property boundary, and Zach is saying here that the acreage was in doubt. That was the acreage of the dedication. The acreage of the parcel that was found in the survey is largely similar to that which is on record with Monroe County. And I think it was 11.2 or 11.3 acres. Anyway, I do agree with the mayor that a Mets and Bounds survey is an appropriate next step, and I think that helps to clarify things. I did follow up with Scott Harder, the village engineer who prepared the survey that I based my map on as much as I could. And again, this map that is in front of you of the DPW land, the blue area, that is essentially what is used by the current DPW, and the rest of it is dedicated as parkland. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that. That's about 9.5 acres. The original dedication mentioned 10. And, that's my best understanding. I've also spoken with former Mayor Corby twice on this topic, and I asked him if this map is consistent with his understanding of what the parkland should be, and if he had any problems with it, and he said he does not. I really wanted to make sure that was, as one of the biggest, as one of the figures involved in this original dedication, I wanted to make sure it was okay with his understanding too. So anyway, I asked Scott Harder to provide us with a quote for the Mets and Bounds description of the land designated in this map.
You did?
I did in an email.
Okay.
And he said, let's see, I don't want to get the, he said that would be about $240 to $360 for hourly work to prepare the Mets and Bounds description.
How much, 240?
240, between $240 and $360.
Okay.
I'd like to just, all good points. I think you've made the case, again, beautifully for something that we already agree with. We all want the Arboretum, and I think, you've been referencing, certain points and certain meetings, and, how I was part of the original group that did the walkabout and the survey, so I very much always supported the use of public land. I don't even think that's in dispute with anybody up here, at all. I mean, we all want this. I think and I think, Lisa, you asked a very good question, what's wrong with having a site plan? We need a site plan. I think that's such a, it's incisive what you've asked, because why wouldn't we want a site plan to make sure we're doing this properly with those meets and bounds? And, there's a map that was put forth in the comprehensive plan, and it was supposed to be 13 acres. Now we know it's 11.2. 10 acres were dedicated to the public land, with the thought that there was 3 acres left for DPW. Well, now there's a little over an acre. So that's where we come back to this, so you're asking a really good question. We come back to this, and that's where we get the information from NICOM saying, we like the dedication, it's just incomplete because it was dedicated based on inaccurate information at the time. That's all this is, and all we want to do is fix it. That's all we want to do. We want to move forward, but let's do this where we have the code, we need the site plan, we just need some reviews. We all want this. That's all this is, and we'll be sorting out the Canal Corporation land as well, because we don't have any agreement with them right now. They can take the land back, say you can't use it. I don't think I think they want to work with us, but we just need to get a few more pieces in place, I think, from a legal standpoint, and make sure we're doing this properly. That's all, and working with our residents in our community. It's nothing more than that. Yeah, Lily.
I guess here's where I am. I'm seeing this as I don't want to call it an oversight, but an adjustment to the original. I see it almost like it's an administrative fix that we need to just take care of. All the rest of it, with the site plan and the WRP and all of that, I see that as coming next. In order to change the original dedication, which was 10 acres, and now we've discovered that doesn't really work, we need to adjust that without having to take it to the state legislature. In order to do that, we're making a slight change from 10 acres to 9.5 or 9.6 acres. So that is something that I feel that we as a board, it was an oversight, we want to correct it, and then move on from there. But that dedication is what I feel I'm talking about. I'm not talking about anything else happening after that.
Do we know we have enough land
Talking
for
about the
DPW?
dedication.
Do we know we have enough land for DPW? Has that been resolved? I thought this was going to come back to the board, with your meetings with Scott and Zach, the three of you, saying, this is where we are, this is where the meets and bounds are for DPW. This is I'm not comfortable just saying, yeah, this is looking good now. I want to make sure we're taking care not only of our public land, but we're also taking care of our DPW. They're the largest portion of our budget. They run our village. They need, we need to make sure that it's not just what they need immediately, but future use as well. I mean, they may need additional facilities. I just want to make sure there's nothing, I don't know what's wrong with that. I think that's a good thing to do. And it's an opportunity also to have our DPW weigh in with Scott Harder and take a look at those needs and look to the future as well. I just think it's prudent for us. It's not about negating any of the dedication per se, but I don't know until we have heard back properly with a report back to this board about, is there enough land left for DPW? Because right now, they're using Canal Corp land, and we don't have that piece straightened out yet. Let's just straighten it out, that's all. I think it's nothing more than that. Yeah.
I think the $300 is well spent then. Then that gets you the answer.
Well, I have no problem with that.
What I intend to do tonight, what I would like to do tonight is not to do something legally binding that deepens the dedication in itself, but to just move forward with the Mets and Mounts description.
Let's do that.
And
the DPW needs assessment, that was a component.
I am not, at this point, the original dedication was not, we are setting aside this land subject to a new needs assessment by the DPW. In fact, it was specifically mentioned that the land is sufficient for the DPW, and Mr. Blair weighed in at that point, saying that he did not have concerns at this time. Liar.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the correction. So to me, saying that now we're having a DPW needs assessment is entirely inappropriate, and that does violate the spirit of the original dedication and of the comp plan map, that there were no issues raised about the DPW needs with the comp plan in 2019, with the dedication in 2020.
I don't even think the DPW was consulted relative to the comp plan. I think this was, comp plan is the vision, it's a vision of something. And I was on that committee, I don't think the DPW was consulted about anything with that map. So here we are now with the reality of this, and I'm just saying, let's just make sure we are not short shrifting one of the most important components of how we run our village. That's all this is. I agree with the meets and bounds, let's move forward on that, but I think we really do need to have Zach here, have that, you suggested like a little mini workshop or something, just where we're kind of pulling this together with, the meets and bounds, having the DPW weigh in on this. We'll have more information from Canal Corporation about access to their land and what that means. Nothing more than that. Nothing, I don't know why that's such a hangup. Yeah, Lisa.
Justin, when did the DPW come into play? Like, it sounds like it hasn't really showed up until, when was this concern brought to the attention of our board?
To me, a lot of this has, I will face some pushback here, but with the prior administration, we did not have these issues that were raised. This is something
Can I
that is-
speak? I know
yes,
you
absolutely.
only wanted board members, it was brought up at the dedication.
It was.
Trustee
Yes.
Stetser asked the question,
Mhm.
did the DPW have land for their use? She was told they would have an additional 2 acres. So at that time,
2.5.
At that time, Zach thought he had much more than his current spot. That is now not true. So when you take away 2 additional acreage from what they had anticipated they would have, yeah, that put them in the spot. The reality put them in the spot. That's why it's become now an issue. It wasn't then because there was thought there was more land.
That's what they were told.
So I'm not trying to speak for Zach, but I'm going to say that's why Zach was okay initially with it, because we thought we had the land.
Everyone did.
Yeah, I
Correct.
know you all did.
Everyone.
So, about that.
I don't think that's a fair assessment for the DPW.
13.2 acres was the assumption at that time,
Mhm.
not 11.2.
So it's the 2 acres that DPW thought they were going to get, which they never got.
And I'm sorry, I'm gonna speak out of place here a little bit, but I'm personally offended for the DPW right now, and I wish Zach were here, saying that they don't count for what was done. The way you presented it and saying that what they need or what they have or don't have doesn't matter in this dedication. they're part and parcel of what makes this village run.
Well, I think just to, even a larger lens is that for decades, really, that whole parcel was for DPW use. They would store equipment there, they had gravel there, part of it was a dump. The town used it as well. So, this is really a reclamation, I think, of a significant portion of that land, which we all want, with the proper stewardship over that. So I think the timing of when DPW became involved, I think, Dorothea, that you spoke to what we know is a matter of record, and Lily, you were at that meeting too, and you recall that.
Yeah.
When Renee said, is there enough land? The issue is raised now and is put in a context that I think our board really needs to hear. This was a discussion with NICOM, with Wade Beltramo, saying it is an incomplete dedication. Let's get the pieces in place to do this properly. Nothing more than this. We all want these projects to move forward, but let's do this right. Let's complete it properly. That's all I'm saying. I like the idea. Let's set up a workshop. Let's have the action item of getting the meets and bounds done, and let's start to move this forward and get, Zach coming back and Scott Harder as well. Yeah, Lisa, you're going to say something. I feel the energy.
I'm just, Steve, I don't think that Justin, I don't want to speak for you, meant to offend you. I think he was just saying that that's a separate issue per se, that he's not saying it's not important. He's just saying that he sees it as a separate entity from what he's discussing, and that the DPW now is another little piece that, has now come alive when, Dorothea had just mentioned that day that it came alive. So now we've got this live piece that's moving, and, things change. When did this discussion start with the Arboretum? How long ago?
At least 2018.
Okay, so 2018, we're in 2023, so obviously things shift, right? And concerns and things, we've become aware of things that are now on the table. I think that we need to embrace and we need to evaluate the shift of maybe DPW needs, whether we steal the property from the Arboretum, I'm not sure, but I think that we do need to look at the big picture now, because the picture now has come alive differently than it did back then.
Well, I like your idea of the little
mini
meeting.
I don't understand why it's taken this long for a site plan.
Yeah.
Where is the site plan?
Yeah,
we should have done this way long ago.
We should do it public, have a charrette. I think that'd be great.
How come it's taken so long for a site plan then like this?
I think that part of the reason that it's taken so long is that, as Trustee Lanfear is saying, this is something that can come later. And I think this is also something the chairperson of the planning board said. There are a few of us on this board who have served on the planning board reviewing site plans. A land dedication can be done distinctly and should be done ahead of planning for the purposes and the layout of the park. And so what I'm looking here is to strengthen the original intent and area of the land dedication by completing a meets and bounds survey based on the map that I prepared.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, and then bring it back. We'll have it. We can even have a little special meeting just to make sure we're really getting the information from Zach, getting the information from Scott, and Steve, I know you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I want to say Chapter 210, Article 34.3, establishing, erecting, expanding, or otherwise altering the extent of a public park or playground regulated in Part 2, site plan, major site plan, our code.
Okay.
Our code.
Maybe send that out to us, so, we can have that.
No public park or playground shall be constructed or modified without obtaining a site plan approval in accordance with Article 34 of this chapter.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't exist yet.
This is a designation, it's
No,
not
we have-
the planning of the.
Yeah, so that last article references a park can't be built. You don't have a park unless you dedicate it.
Right, but he's saying these are the pieces that need to be put in place.
We need to
So-
put these in place and have a plan.
Yep, okay, understood. No, I think the board gets that, so, yes, excuse me one second.
I
Yes,
just
Jeff.
want to make sure we're clear about where we are on this dedication. Either it was a complete dedication in 2020, Justin, was it? In July of 2020?
Yes.
Or it wasn't. There's no administrative fix
Right.
for the dedication. So when Wade says to me, it's an incomplete dedication, that says to me that we have to completely dedicate it. We then are creating parkland where there was no park before. It's open land, it's owned open space. So that then kicks into play all of it's a type 1 seeker. I really wasn't going to speak to all that. I just want to be very clear that it's either a complete dedication of 10 acres then, or it's an incomplete dedication, which means we have to complete it now. Complete it now, then that brings into play all of the code provisions we have, and one of which is when you create a park, it's a major site plan review. It's going to be a type 1 for seeker. It's going to bring into play the LWRP, and it's going to go to county planning.
And it should. I mean, I think
But
that's our.
that's my opinion about where we are.
Yeah.
And if we had done it, and frankly, the concept of the dedication in 2020 was never mentioned. I mean, the actual dedication was never mentioned before that meeting. So we really didn't have a chance to look at fully what it should have been done in 2020 with that dedication. We had the same code in 2020. So it should have been and gone through major site plan review, seeker, all of that stuff. If you take the position that we did a complete one in 2020 and that it's got to be 10 acres, you have to go to the legislature. That's sort of the push me, pull you, you're in right now, that either it's complete or it's not complete. If it's complete, it's 10 acres, and you're going to have to find 10 acres.
Regardless of what DPW would need, regardless of any of the other components that come into play.
That's my view.
Okay, no, that's helpful, I think.
I don't want to go too much. I appreciate the opinion, and I've also read Mr. Beltramo's opinion, and I'm not sure that I would fall down in exactly the same position based on my reading of the situation. I do think that Mr. Beltramo did not see, for example, that there was a map of the land to be designated, and was not told that the designation was doing what was intended in the comp plan. And I think that we might get different legal opinions if those materials were present from Mr. Beltramo. In the end, a court would be the body that would determine whether or not it was a complete designation. What I can do at this point is just to say that based on studying this for countless hours and trying to produce a map and trying to understand what the intent was and what the best use of the property is, as it was articulated in the comp plan, the survey, our village code with the open space district, which this property lies in, is to move forward with the map that we have. So with that in mind, I will make a motion that we approve.
Hang on 1 second here. Okay, hang on. Hold your thought there. Yes, Dorothea.
We have public comment.
Yes, I'm sure we have public comment as well.
Let me complete this motion then, and we can see if it's seconded, and then have public comments, right? So I will make a motion that we approve the expense of up to $500, rounding up to make sure there's room for this to be done, to complete a meets and bounds survey of the land described in the map.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Back for discussion. You said there were comments?
Yes, we have a comment. Art Pier 70 State Street. Has specifics been provided to the board by the state's governing body as to why the 2020 dedication is complete? If so, could that information be provided to the public this evening?
Yeah,
I think.
That was a letter from Wade.
I don't have anything from, first of all, there's no state governing body.
Yeah.
That's the first place to start. But we have nothing from an authoritative source that would say that it was a complete dedication. There is certainly literature out there that would suggest that it could be deemed a complete dedication. But if that's the case, it's going to be 10 acres. There's no way around that. 10 acres were dedicated in July of 2020. That was a complete dedication. That's what has to be used as parkland.
And so going back to that the original information that the board at the time received was the 10 acres were set aside based on the fact that the board was informed that there was actually 13 acres, but the land had never been surveyed, and that's why we had Scott Harder do that survey. The land had never been surveyed ever in 100 years. So the survey showed that there was not 13 acres that we had. So, and again, it goes back to Dorothea, what was on record, that the DPW thought that they had more acreage as well. So the dedication at that time was based on inaccurate information given to the board, which is what brings us back to, can we fix this going forward? It's incomplete. And I believe that. I mean, I think we now have accurate information. Let's just do this right and adjust accordingly. And I agree, we need the meets and bounds. We need to have that done at 100%. Yes.
There's just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Who's responsible to say is or not complete?
Can you repeat that, please?
That was a legal opinion issued by NICOM.
Who is
Right.
responsible to say it is or not complete?
The courts, if there's a lawsuit.
This board will be the determining body whether or not it's complete.
Could that be challenged?
Sure.
Anything could be challenged.
So Article 78 proceeding.
And then it'd be determined in the courts. Correct.
But I mean, based on the information that I think we've all received, I'm not comfortable saying it was complete because it was based on information that was inaccurate. And that, all I want to do is just fix it. Because we finally have the survey, we can get the meets and bounds done and hopefully get a deal with Canal Corporation, because that also factored in their land that we don't even own. Yeah.
Just to be clear, it doesn't matter to the legal person whether or not this board deems it to be complete then or incomplete then, which means it needs to be completed now. It's just the result of those two choices. The result means you've got 10 acres of parkland that you've got to find on Village of Pittsford property.
Said another way, 9.6 acres is less than 10.
That would be true, I think.
So
that's my perception of math.
Yes, so said slightly differently, a rededication of 9.6 acres is actually less restrictive than the prior dedication of 10, if both were held true.
Well, you couldn't do a rededication of 9.6 if there was a 10-acre dedication.
So you essentially moved to do 9.6 and fix it in time as the dedication, and essentially look back on the 10 acres and say that was incomplete. So long as it's not challenged, then the dedication that might be voted on in the future would hold true.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just have a couple.
Sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
Implicit in such a motion would be that the first dedication was not complete.
Correct. Okay. So I just have a couple things to add to this whole conversation. So the first one is 2 years ago, a board made a motion to dedicate a good amount of space to a parkland. And I think we owe it to our residents to honor that dedication as close as reasonably possible. The challenge is, to the point of the DPW land, if we hold that previously they thought it was more land than it is, I guess my first question, Justin, to you is, of what the map that you've provided, we've identified as current DPW use, how many acres is that?
I don't have that number in front of me right now. I'd have to.
Well, it's 12.2, 9.6, right? 12.2.
11.2.
11.2.
It's 11.2 is the parcel, not
So it's
13.
11.2 and it's 9.6 then. whatever it
Okay,
is.
so we're looking at 1.6. So the DPW is currently using 1.6 acres, is that correct?
Plus.
Plus Canal Corp.
Plus Canal Corp.
Which is what, do we know what the
We
canal?
don't know.
We don't know the.
We don't know if the Canal Corps will continue to allow them to use that space, or do we know that for sure?
We don't know.
It is not a certainty at this point. That's why, because there's never been an agreement with them.
The Canal Corps could potentially walk in and say, hey, you're no longer able to use this? Is
Well,
that-
they could, but, you know,
And then,
Sure.
could I just follow up on that
Yeah.
point? So there's no possible way that our use of that property over these many years
Mhm.
would be give us any prescriptive rights.
Mhm.
yeah.
You can't get prescriptive rights against a governmental entity.
Good to know. So about how many acres do we think the DPW is using with the Canal Corps wherein we don't have express permission?
That's what we're
in
saying, what is
perpetuity?
that?
We don't know that
We don't
quite
know
right,
that.
right? We
don't
do
have
know that there's
We don't
one,
have that information right now, and we also, it isn't just what they need right now, there may be future use that they would require, which is typical for any DPW, you know, you factor in
sure.
future use as well.
But let's keep rolling with this idea that we have 1.6 in the parcel, plus something else that the DPW hasn't granted,
Right,
but that we're using.
right.
I would venture to say that if we wait to do a dedication until a site plan is done, the DPW may have the risk, like a goldfish does in a fishbowl. It grows to the size of the fishbowl. I want to be careful of that, right? Which is, we've got a very unique opportunity to dedicate land as park, right, as a park. In the New York State Parks Alienation Handbook, which I just hit sent to everybody, including Jeff, there are means and mechanisms by which you can reclaim parkland should it be so determined. It might take an act of the legislature, but certainly it would suggest that any action by this board for DPW use, for village use, would be so required. And that, just like we saw with the fire department, there's a mechanism by which, if it needs to happen, it needs to happen. A dedication is simply saying, we're going to do our absolute best to protect what we've already dedicated 2 years ago that essentially the entire community thinks is forever parkland. I do have some concerns about waiting for site plan and seeker and the LWRP. And I say that because when I look at the code, you had referenced, and thank you for that reference, Steve, 210-34-3A8. I'm just going to read it here for a minute. It says establishing major actions that require site plan. Establishing, erecting, expanding, or otherwise altering the extent of a public park or playground as regulated in Part 2 of this chapter. That would require a major site plan. Well, Part 2 of this chapter, when you go to it and you read the parks, public parks and playgrounds, it says, no public park or playground shall be constructed or modified without obtaining site plan approval in accordance with Article 34 of this chapter. No building permit may be issued until such approval is obtained. The second part, and this is the only two elements of our code that references public parks, which would be Chapter 2 of that prior comment for major site plan. It says a site plan for a public park or playground shall show all elements necessary to meet the requirements of this code, including but not limited to a survey map of the subject and all affected properties showing the exact location of all proposed improvements, surface elevation contours for evaluating drainage flows, etc. Related permits as applicable must be identified and obtained. We're not building anything. I recognize that if we build something, no matter how small, it would require site plan approval. It would require LWRP approval. There's probably a good case to be made that if we alter, change, or improve pathways.
Establish.
But that's according to Chapter 2 of this. So that's a continuation. So it says establishing, but in the same sentence, it says as regulated in Part 2 of this chapter. Part 2 specifically says no public park or playground shall be constructed or modified. In that we don't currently have a park and nothing's being constructed, the dedication of parkland can exist. And then the subsequent improvements thereon would need site plan approval, including such things as altering pathways, park, et cetera. So this just goes back to my comment, which is, I want to move as fast as reasonably possible in the good of the community of dedicating the parkland. I think the first step to the motion that's been presented tonight, I'm going to vote approval for. As far as the next step is concerned, I think as fast as reasonably possible, we should be moving with the DPW to think about long-term plans. If those plans happen to come before or after a dedication of parkland, we have mechanisms within New York State, specifically the alienation of parkland, to address those concerns that would require us to reobtain that space. So for me, while it may or may not be an incomplete dedication, the simple fact is our residents believe this to be parkland, and to do our absolute best to protect it as such. We can do that whether or not it's too big or too little. If the DPW needs to, after expansive work and site plan approvals and consultants, we need an extra half an acre. We can make that happen. We can go to the legislature and we can make that happen. The legislature can even impart that authority back to us, from what I gather from what I've read in advance of this meeting. So what I believe to be true here is we can move forward with all these plans for the DPW and figuring it all out. And we can, if need be, encroach back upon the parkland. It might be a little harder, but we owe it to residents from 2 years ago to have the parkland that's been dedicated.
We're all in agreement with that.
Right.
I think we are, absolutely, and I think we have a good motion on the table in a second. Jeff, I know you're looking something up, you want.
I'm just looking.
Okay, so,
I'm not sure I agree with your legal interpretation.
yeah, I mean, I think it can merit further discussion, but also in the interest of time, we do have, like the next step, which I think is a really good one, and I think we're all in agreement. Let's take a look at the meets and bounds, have Scott Harder come back to us with this. Hopefully by then too, we can have, and I like it when he comes back that we set a time. If Zach cannot make a Tuesday meeting, we have a special meeting. So we have the DPW represented as part and parcel of this. So we move forward by not leaving one component behind. I think that's a realistic approach that we could take going forward. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments from the public?
No.
Okay, so roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Hi.
Motion passed.
Okay.
Good work, team.
We sort through it. All right, so next up, short-term rental committee discussion. And Dorothea, you sent out, well, you have packets in front of you of some of the emails.
Yes.
7 people on the committee. You had the resolution everybody saw, that was.
The resolution is
From
included
the
in the
previous
packet.
board, yep, it is, and, yep.
So this was the unsigned, but it's been adopted.
Yes, exactly, it was just the format, just so you guys could see it. And thank you, Lily, because you were the one who helped us put together the resolution and the committee, which was really great.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we got some, I know that I received some, we were all copied in. I'm wondering if you could provide us with a list.
You have them in front of you.
Packet?
You have them
Stephanie
in
just gave it
front
to
of
us
you.
tonight.
Yeah.
The 7 that were,
Yeah.
That form
there's
she forwarded.
She forwarded everything to you, and then she also printed everything out for you here. Okay,
any of these that were received, either the board received
directly or
directly,
you forwarded.
or I forwarded.
Oh, okay.
I have a question, and I don't know if there's anything we can do about it anyways, but the resolution for the board that was present during this acceptance, why did we put in here that there would be an owner of a business in the village of Pittsford who is not required to be a village resident? And then there was another one, an owner of a short-term rental in the village of Pittsford who is also not required to be a village resident. Why are we not looking at our residents first and keeping that tight enough, and then if we can't find anybody, then open it up to.
Well, I think you'll see with some of the emails that pretty much everybody's a resident except for one.
But why do we put that in this resolution?
I think, sure.
No, because you were helpful with this.
When we did this, and this is a resolution, so anything changes to it, we would have to write an entirely new resolution. And that is that when we had the input, a workshop, there were at that time, I think there was one person who lived in the village and had also a short-term rental. So in order to have 2 people represented, we had to expand because we knew at that time there was only one person who owned a short-term rental who lived in the village.
Okay.
And maybe that's changed since then, but.
And that's owned a short-term rental. What about operated a short-term rental as an owner occupied or resident occupied?
None lived
that
in
was
the
present, you mean?
They're not, no, there wasn't anybody.
There wasn't anybody.
At that meeting, at that meeting.
At the time,
That was-
at that time,
Right, at
at that
that
time.
time. Yeah, things have changed.
I would just like to, so I did get a bunch of emails with the applications. I appreciate that. It seems like there's been a lot of interest, which is really great. I would like to see this presented to us along with what the suggested appointments are, so that we can consider those with more than a couple hours notice before the meeting.
Well, why don't we bring it back into the next meeting? Let's do
If the
that.
board would be amenable to that, that would be really
we
helpful
can
for
do
me.
that.
I
I'm
think
happy to
that
do
in-
that.
What are you asking, Justin?
So, for example, in the organizational meeting, when we come in, we've got a list of people who are proposed for the different seats, right? And for these applications, we just got most of them an email today,
Mhm.
right before the meeting, and I haven't had time to digest it.
Mhm.
I would like to see on the agenda for the next meeting, the proposed names and the letters for the board, just so we have some
Sure,
time to think
let's
about
do
it.
that.
So will we have a committee proposed, or?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's the
Great.
intention.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes,
that's great. Thank
absolutely.
you.
Okay. So we'll put that on for the next, okay, wonderful.
We'll
Yes,
have, so it'll be in the packet, a list of all the emails that we have
yes,
received.
absolutely. We'll do the whole thing. You
Okay.
have them, but that's okay. We'll do it, we'll just put it all together in one.
I'm
That'll
gonna
be good.
The list, okay, let me make sure.
Yeah.
The list for the appointments is what the mayor is presenting. Whether or not we got an email is here or there, it's the mayor's choice who gets appointed, correct?
That is-
Are you looking for two different things? Are you listing for everybody that applied
Yes,
or the list of who's being requested?
Just like we had talked about with the appointments for the boards. We
Right,
want
so-
to see who has expressed
So
an
we-
interest.
Right.
And
She
then
wants
who
to
the
see
mayor's
everybody,
appointed. Who the mayor
regardless of whether
appointed.
it's my.
We just want to see who's interested.
Yeah, but I'd like to add to that, regardless of whether it is the mayor's
I just want to
appointment.
make sure what I'm.
They want to
doing.
see every
You
single, every person, everybody who's ever
Whoever
had an
breathed short
idea.
term to
Yeah.
be.
Yes.
Good idea.
the
Whoever
They want it all.
was
desired.
done.
Yes.
They want
I
every
wanna
bit
make
of
sure-
every single thing that you've ever received.
That's what I want
How's
to make
that?
sure. I just don't
Yep.
want it to be that I
Let's
didn't give.
dot
the
those
board what they
i's,
wanted.
cross those t's.
Thank you.
It'll be in a big packet.
So can I ask you,
We'll have
how
a
are we
marching band.
advertising this for residents? How are we advertising this?
It's always posted.
So it's posted
Yeah.
on the website?
Yeah, on
Okay.
Facebook.
On
Yeah,
Facebook too,
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
Because I know I put
Yeah.
something up today. I don't know, did a lot of those come in today?
I don't know. the
Some of them
mayor
came in when I was at
board,
Nikon,
Okay.
you know, so.
Because I know that I posted on my own private one.
But I also want to kind of wrap this up. We need to get this committee
Right,
going. because
exactly.
There's a
We
lot
really
of
do. We
things
really
that,
do.
you know, we've got to get this working here. Yeah, really.
thank you. I don't know how to word this. I'm just going to say it. I know that we did not receive one particular request, and I'm going to ask respectfully that this resident being added to the list that you are going to provide to us, and that is the resident who brought before the board, which began this entire process, took the time to carry a petition and brought it to the board, and the board, I believe, rejected his petition. And I think that individual maybe had some hard feelings regarding what had transpired. And I would like, and I would do this privately, have that individual's name added to the list.
Does he want it added to the list?
Yes.
He knows about this, and I never received anything, nor did you.
There's a reason why.
Okay, all right, then let's do this offline, though. I think we can
Yeah,
solve
I
this.
just want to make sure
Sure,
that
of course, absolutely.
he precipitated everything, so.
Yep,
I
yes,
just,
Steve.
in the whole short-term rental thought pattern, I would add request to the board that we can establish a rental registration, code, whatever, too, because otherwise I would have no way to enforce or to monitor.
Right, okay. I'm just going to interrupt very quickly. That's something that you can put together in terms of your recommendations offline and bring them,
Allow me
excuse
to
me,
do that, I will.
excuse me, I'm still talking.
Oh, sorry.
And bring them back to the board, and because the mission of the committee really is to make these recommendations back to the board, so maybe you could also forward it to the committee once they're appointed, and it could be part and parcel of the recommendations, okay? So rather than try to work things out now, there's a reason why we're doing it this way, and this is what was agreed upon. So I think all good stuff, but let's work it through that mechanism. Okay, yes, Dave?
If I may just reinforce my understanding of these committees, these are non-binding recommendations to the board.
Yeah, it's an advisory committee, just, our residents, just what people are thinking.
Help us do the work.
So
Yeah.
one of the hopes that I would have, in addition to recommendations, but is supporting documentation and evidence. So anybody who might be considering this, so when they come to us with these recommendations, whether or not they move in one direction or another, having lots of great information specific to communities of our size, the impact of.
Some of that's referenced, I believe, in the resolution.
So these are all good things.
Yeah, the
So really
resources and how to
appreciate
go
it.
about it.
Okay,
for sure.
great.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate those comments because I think that it's all very valid. Okay, so that's going to be on the agenda the next time. Okay, next up, short-term rental moratorium, and Trustee Marshall, I believe this was something
Yeah.
you wanted on the agenda.
So the first comment is I recognize that 7 people can move reasonably slow. It's something that should require a good amount of time, attention, research, and thoughtfulness in presenting back to the board. After that occurs, the board, as I just referenced, has independent autonomy to make different decisions if they might so choose. Not in disrespect to, but to complement the works of the boards that we may appoint. And so one of the challenges that I have, and this stems from, Jeff, your comment at our last meeting, was there was a question of grandfathering, of how long might it take to come to reasonable policies, procedures, and codes. And what does that imply for the existing, one might call them businesses, but they're not. They're residential rental units that happen to be short-term in nature, which our code doesn't delineate between what residential is. Because New York State and many other municipalities don't want to run the risk of litigation, we've essentially accepted what New York State has permitted, which is any short-term rental, regardless of how short is residential. There's grounds to stand there, but nobody really wants to fight that fight. When instead New York State has fought the fight on is to say that a short-term rental can be defined and then subsequently determined if there's rules and regulations or codes specific to it, different than long-term rental, residential rental.
And that could be something that the work of the advisory committee.
So one of the things can be that the work of the advisory committee can help with that. But the risk, in my view, of any grandfathering that once in place remains in place for a short-term rental unit. Jeff had mentioned in some emails that we've all received that there may be a risk of that grandfathering needing to be for 6 months or 12 months or however it may extend. So I might just pause for a second and let Jeff comment on what grandfathering in your estimation might mean, how long might it last, et cetera.
I've seen a case where it was a 90-day
90-day.
grandfathering. The one, it was a Supreme Court case, which is the lowest tribal level court, and the lowest court of original jurisdiction. So I don't know how that would happen or how that would hold up if it was appealed. 90 days seems awfully short to me, but that's my gut instinct that says that. I was shocked that 90 days was upheld, but it was. So
this is a fairly low-level litigation that, should it rise to higher and higher levels, that could suggest it has to go on longer, or maybe even, is there a risk of permanency?
I don't think so.
Okay, what do you think the longest, or we just haven't seen it yet?
Haven't seen it. For me, it would be hard to argue with 18 months.
Okay.
So really hard to argue with 18 months. That's a number I'm pulling out of my head right now.
No, certainly appreciate it. So the other thing I think, we're a small community.
I think we got to wait. I mean, if you were going to do it, start with 90. I mean, if this worked before, then I got a case to cite to the judge. If that's the druthers of the board.
Well, one of the reasons.
I think this is more of first part is a legal question, and you, depending on what you wanted, I would go 90.
90 days.
Yeah.
But that, so in that particular instance, this is down the road, however long it may take for the committee and then our committee or our board to reach a final decision as to what the rules are, as to whether or not short-term rentals are going to be, how they're going to be managed or not managed as they are now. So one of my concerns would be the risk of this grandfathering, but I also think as a community here on the board, we should communicate in advance some intent to potential future buyers and current residents, where our heads are with this a little bit before we wait for these committees to come to a final determination and then where we go. And the reason I say that is we have homes in this community that rarely come up for sale, 1, 2, 3. They're being bought left and right, cash offers. The more likely they are going to be a cash offer to somebody who's got the capacity to quickly turn it into a profitable business, which, while you may say it's a residential unit, short-term rentals are generally businesses. By law, they're residential. I think there's a valuable position for short-term rentals in our community. I think that there's locations that are appropriate. I think there's controls that are appropriate. These are things that we'll all work toward. The challenge is left unabated until we reach a final conclusion on this, it could have significant adverse or positive impact on the community. I think there's residents here that want to rent on a short-term rental. Just a shout out to the PGA, the Village of Pittsburgh businesses and residents and all of the town. Holy cow, did we do a great job with the PGA. And you think about the opportunities for people in our community to rent their homes in a short-term stay. These are people who live here, vote here, right? So what I'm proposing, and Jeff, this is to your follow-up email, is I think we have to identify some limited things and put in place a moratorium that suggests that there's things coming down the pike as far as code. Outside buyers, non-residential buyers, corporate buyers, right? What is it that we're moving toward? And at a minimum, say, before you take action on this property, know that we're going through this process, and you can follow it as closely as unclosely as you like. But there is a risk if you're intending to buy in our community as a non-owner occupied short-term rental unit. While we might love the work and the time that you put into your house and improving it, because certainly we love investment in our community, know that there's something that's coming. By putting in place a moratorium, we don't necessarily have to enforce it. We can put it in place. We can put a moratorium right together. We can identify some limited things, and it's there. Whether or not we choose to move forward with enforcement, maybe there's no action, but I'll just read a couple things that Jeff had mentioned in this email that we would need in order to put in place a moratorium as a way to identify to the community, both buyers and sellers, that we're working towards this, and residents themselves. So first is, what would it apply to, right? And then, so that, Jeff, do you want to answer, explain on that? So what does it apply to? What exactly is a short-term rental? How do you identify it? Is it less than 90 days? Is it less than 30 days? I think that's what you're asking there, right?
And I don't have the email with me, but I think also present or future.
Yes.
Existing or future.
Yep, so this is good. So the next question, there's a few others that you'd reference, and then we'll talk about the future, the existing and the future. How to control it, right? Do we actually enforce it? Or do we just simply put people on notice that we're in a moratorium, if they should take action or not? Again, enforcement aside, it could be just as simply, enforcement could be as simple as notifying them that we're in the moratorium and we're moving forward with future legislation, right?
Or with existing, wasn't there, with existing units, they'd have to show hardship?
No, it exists. I think there ought to be, if you're going to apply it to existing homes in which there are short-term rentals.
Yeah.
There's going to have to be some kind of,
I don't think we should, personally. I think somebody who's here right now, as of yesterday, and frankly, I would even go so far as to anybody closing on a property in the next 60 to 90 days, just say, look, just keep operating. And even potentially somebody who might move forward with a short-term rental, if the enforcement just simply is notification that we're in the process of creating code and conversation about it, it doesn't have to be beyond that. But I just don't want people to start operating short-term rentals without the understanding of. And so if we put in place a moratorium, that can be distributed to the community, existing residents, but also real estate agents, to know that, hey, this is coming, something's coming, and it needs to, and we know that,
Out of respect.
right? So this is out of respect to buyers, it's out of respect, by respecting the existing Airbnbs that operate, whether or not they're owner-occupied, non-owner occupied. In many respects, it's just what is. To Jeff's point, we may have to move forward with an 18-month or a 12-month period of time grandfathering,
Yeah.
depending on what the rules and regulations are. We may allow them to just continue to operate. It's hard to say. You had mentioned enforcement, civil or criminal. I don't even think it has to be that punitive as much as it is perhaps conversational. And then there was a question on administrative release. I'm not quite sure what you meant by that.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what.
If you apply it to current rentals, then you'd give them an opportunity to come to this board and say, we need relief from your moratorium.
Okay,
That's
so
what happened.
that's a-
There were other
That's it,
moratoriums where that happened
And
previously in the village.
pretty much even if you're going to apply it to future rental, or just say you draw a line in the sand after this point, whatever, there's no more acquisition in property for, or no more short-term rentals in properties that were not short-term renting before, that line in the sand. There has got to be some kind of administrative relief from a moratorium to make the moratorium less attackable.
Okay,
More defensible.
for existing.
So to the-
That's
yeah.
very- well, I think-
Well, you know, and you have to think about it, whether or not future, you know, if there was some hardship that they could figure out, you know, you really want to give them a hardship. Like, whatever, I can't come up with a scenario right now.
Okay,
But the two challenges to a moratorium are, it goes on too long, there's no administrative relief.
so let's do this, I think. Let's have it terminate at the adoption of short-term rental code, right? Pretty straightforward, let's get to work. If somebody's going to find a challenge in that, if I remember correctly with
You might
moratoriums.
have to put a timeline
I
on
would
that.
think we'd have.
Okay, so put a timeline on
You gotta,
it.
right, so you gotta
Because we can
have.
extend it if needed.
Okay, let's do that.
Right.
That's even better,
You gotta
so the
have a,
committee gets to
a
work.
reasonable timeframe for the moratorium to last. And we're talking about number of months. Is it gonna be
Right.
12? Is it
Yeah.
gonna be
Sure.
15?
You can always ask for an extension if
Yeah.
you need
Yep.
it.
As long as we're proving movement forward, then we're pretty good with those
Because
extensions.
I like the idea of what, where you're going with this, because I'm concerned, I think we've all thought about this, of someone coming in and buying up multiple properties to just run it as a business in
And I
this
think
little
that
village,
might
that
happen.
changes the whole fabric of
What's
the
interesting about that,
community. Now they'd be on notice, now there'd be.
so talking on that, I actually think that there should be relief from the moratorium automatically if you are residing in and a voter in our community for short-term, less than 30 days or something like that.
Is that defensible? What he
Sure.
just said? Okay,
For
just
one
want to make
time.
sure this can't be challenged.
For a one time?
No, I mean, give them 30 days over the course of the year, 60 days, because as an owner occupied, I live here, I vote here, right?
You're a member of the community.
I'm a member of the
Yeah.
community, but I might go to Florida in the summer, or in the winter.
It's not the summer, trust me, I live there.
Yeah, just you like it.
I'm not certain about that wording. I think for a moratorium, if you're going to have a moratorium, it gets too complex. If you're trying to do it on a case-by-case basis, somebody comes in and says, well, I need relief from the moratorium, and they present it to the board, and it's a one-time thing. But to build it into the moratorium and say, well, if you're a homeowner and Dennis.
I agree, it gets too complicated.
So-
Let them come in for
Let
a
me
special case.
defer to Jeff, but I wouldn't mind staying on that
I'll
topic.
finish and then you, because I know you had.
I'm
your hand up.
sorry, I had my back to you, and I didn't realize your hand was raised.
Just to finish that, sorry, Justin.
Go ahead, no, go ahead, Jeff.
I like guidelines. I like
Yes,
why you grant the relief.
Mhm.
What's the reasons?
Right.
This board
Criteria.
would consider to grant the relief.
You could then,
So I'm more in Dave's corner than Lily's corner on
Okay.
this one.
So relief could be granted if you're a resident, what you've said, okay, just so we're thinking of guidelines. Okay,
I-
yes.
I am in favor of this idea as well. I think it's fair to give people a heads up that we're considering legislation to change what we allow in terms of this land use. And there's a really good PDF that the Department of State has on land use moratoria that describes this process. I think the intent of the reason that we're considering this is in line with the purpose of that device, to give people a heads up that we're considering changing this legislation. I also agree that we should have some kind of a pressure release valve or
Safety valve.
yeah, some kind of safety valve as we're discussing. This is to maintain the status quo. It's not necessarily to clamp down even further. So I think that a provision where somebody who's considered a resident, where they live in the property for 6 months and a day, is able to rent out the property for 3 months or whatever it might be.
So why don't we do that? This is all great. This is really great. And thank you for bringing this to the board. The PDF, can you forward that to Dorothea for distribution?
Yep.
Please. And
So that PDF is going to be more about the how-tos of the
Yeah.
moratorium,
right, just so everybody kind of.
so that you get a background on that.
Yeah.
How you build the administrative relief, I think, is probably maybe one of the most difficult parts of this thing.
Well, that's where we give you direction.
Yeah.
We would direct
You
our
would bring
attorney.
that to the board, and we would age, and we would consider it, and then we would determine whether to move it to public hearing.
I'm a very long way from having enough direction to draft a moratorium.
Understood, but I mean, we're just talking in general about how we do this.
I would need a lot more, do this, do that, from the
Okay,
board.
so then, if I may, could you send let's see if we can answer any of the questions first tonight. Because I'd like to move this forward as fast as reasonably possible. I think
I agree.
there's a risk to our community. Let me just back up on this. We're a highly desirable community to reside in. We're also a highly desirable community to rent in. The combination of those two, there's this very fine balance. And so I want to be respectful to everybody who owns property who wants to invest, but I also want to be respectful to the families with 3-year-olds walking to Jefferson Road and wanting to know your neighbors. At the same time, we have investment in our community occurring with Airbnb property owners that are putting a lot of good, solid work into their homes and improving our opportunities for our families to visit rather than just staying in hotels, which is a different experience for our community at large. But the thing is I think as residents, we like to know our residents and we like to know our community. And I just want to be very thoughtful to how we move forward and any future buyer. So if I may, Jeff, what is it exactly you need to know, and can we answer those questions today? Or would you like us to have a special meeting?
I don't think you need a special meeting. I think I need to think about it, but I can do to whom will it apply, and the answer is, I'm hearing, I think, future purchasers. Sorry, not future purchasers, but future operators.
I would say to anyone who is a non-resident, non-voter.
Why not resident and voter?
Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
Yeah.
But, so you can go the route of, there's a lot of people who are residents in New York, or no, residents in Florida. So they don't vote.
Dave, can I stop you for a second? Maybe I can shortcut what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I would think that you would want the moratorium to be broad. You're going to leave the fine tuning work to the legislation.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Which will result from, which will result from the work of the committee. So in the meantime, I would think that you would want to say, starting X date, no property that's not currently being utilized as for short-term rentals may thereafter be used for a short-term rental. Just completely broad. So, I mean, that's my thought.
Could we expand it just a little? Sorry.
You guys, no, wait a minute, you're gonna do whatever you want.
Well, what worry might?
We understand that, but.
Yeah,
what
what
are you
worry
concerned
might
about?
allow owner-occupied Airbnbs to continue to exist? And how do you define owner-occupied?
He just said it, though. You just covered it.
I don't think so.
If it's currently in existence,
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm saying
it's
future.
not
I'm
under the
saying future.
moratorium.
So let's say tomorrow, I don't know, some famous pop star is gonna have a big event right in our town, like the PGA just did. And I've never had an Airbnb before, but boy, I can put my place up for $1,000 a night. Why don't I take a week-long vacation and do that? As an owner who resides here, who votes here, I feel like I don't want the moratorium to restrict that opportunity. It's not changing the fabric of the community. So,
Thank you. That already exists. I feel that that is how we have always operated. We're not interested in
The one-offs.
yeah,
Sort of,
Yeah,
it's like
I don't
the
think
one-offs.
that's
I know what
necessarily
you're doing with your
I agree with you,
property.
but that wasn't
You-
how
that's up to you.
Jeff worded it.
We
That's
don't
how
legislate
Jeff-
that.
Yeah,
It's too invasive.
But, right.
that's not really a
okay.
business.
But you're
Because
talking
you
about.
define a short-term, you gotta define what a short-term rental is.
Mhm.
So that's number one.
Right, so what's the short-term rental definition? There's got to be some.
Yeah, there are. There's
Anything
some
less-
really good
I
ones.
mean, we can just say anything less than,
That's just you renting out your, we don't call that
Right.
short-term rental.
That's not
You're renting out your place for a
rental.
week, that's it.
Anybody can do that.
If you were doing it every month, it'd
So
be a
then,
different
look
story.
at, you go on vacation, you get a house sitter for a week. What's the,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like.
well,
Yeah.
You're not gonna enforce it. Doesn't matter, you're not gonna enforce it.
well, you're not going to enforce it, but still technically it's a short-term rental. And if I put my place up on Airbnb for a week in the middle of July, you may not enforce it, but it's still a short-term rental.
We don't.
I don't know.
Depending what the
Yeah, what's
definition
the
is.
what's the definition?
Yes,
Wait,
hang
we
on.
may not-
Just,
Hang on,
yours
Dave.
goes to the non-enforcement. We have no idea.
This is all true.
It's
We
true.
honestly don't
Steve will
know.
tell you.
All I'm
That's the bottom
suggesting
line.
is that-
There's no way for us to know who's
Jeff's
using it.
language, though, was restrictive of that ability. So if I, as a trustee, want to do it.
I don't know, I think we're overthinking it a little
Steve,
bit.
any comment on the code enforcement element?
I mean,
When you go away, Dave.
If you put different elements on it, it will make it impossible to enforce. And honestly, if you're gonna do a moratorium, because I've been involved in moratoriums on anything, it has to be enforceable. You can't just say, well, you shouldn't do it, but if you do, we're not gonna do anything anyway.
so what's that? It goes back to what you started to say.
This moratorium is not like the usual moratorium. The usual moratorium is you may not do something that requires you to come to us, like new development,
Mhm.
new construction, subdivisions. All of those things would require you to come to the village, and we would just say, no, we've got a moratorium. So you don't have to worry about
Mhm.
enforcement much. In this situation, all you've got is whatever enforcement you put in. So there's got to be some enforcement mechanism, like a notice of violation. How you would ever find out about it, I don't know, but there's got to be you're going to have a no, you've got to have, here's what happens with you if you violate the no.
Yeah.
I think we just quickly define it as owner-occupied and non-owner occupied. And non-owner occupied has an enforcement provision that includes some sort of civil penalty. Owner occupied comes with a notification of the fact that we're in a moratorium.
Yeah, I'm sorry, let's stop a penalty. It'll still be, you don't want a civil penalty because that means we're going to the Supreme Court every time we do it. which is
Not a good idea.
Yeah, so it's going to be a criminal action.
As owner-occupied. Okay, thank you.
It's good, no, it's like every action that Steve files, is an
Okay.
appearance ticket.
Yeah.
It's a criminal action, in which you limit the fines to monetary, whatever, there's no imprisonment.
But we can do that with two different classes, owner-occupied and non-owner
You
occupied.
guys can do whatever you want.
I'm asking, it sounds like we can. So I would
Yeah, as long as it's
propose,
not challenged. So, I mean, if-
I would propose that we have an owner-occupied enforcement that is essentially notification by Steve that we're in the moratorium, and that's the enforcement. no fine, oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, I'm just letting you know I have public comment.
Oh, okay.
Okay, one second, finish your
Yeah,
thought.
and then the fine will be a non-owner occupied and have that carry with it some sort of criminal fine.
So an owner occupied is, give me an example.
Me
Somebody,
renting my place out because I go away for a week. And it could even go so far as somebody who's a non-voter, non-New York resident who owns property. So it's owner occupied, just not as a resident of New York, because you're not here for 6 months and a day. And you grant them the same provision as an owner occupied.
Yeah, Jeff, what are you're thinking something?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
He's thinking.
I'm just thinking that you're asking for, first of all, I think this period of a moratorium should be in the less than a year range.
Sure.
Should be 6 months, 8 months. And it ought to be, because the committee may come to you and say, really, we just don't think we ought to even have owner occupied, or we ought to control owner occupied. You're kind of doing the committee's work for it before it's done. If you just did a blanket, don't do it. If you're not doing it now,
Just
don't start doing it.
right, until we get our regs in the books.
And then for the rock concert that comes in, you've got a safety valve.
All right, so what you're saying is there's no class, it's just you can't do it. And then you create administrative relief
Yes.
or release that
Relief.
that may provide some provisions if somebody were to want to do it, to come to us and ask.
It'll be known as the rock star clause.
The rock star clause.
Oh, I like it.
Sorry, Trustee, like, I've had his hand up with it.
Yeah.
We have to build a concert venue first.
I know.
Oh, there we go, I love
Do you have
that.
any property?
Yeah, I understand the enforcement difficulties. I guess I was just thinking that from everything that I've heard, there doesn't seem to be an intent. I've never heard anybody say, and maybe my sample size is small, but I haven't heard people say they wish to prohibit residents from renting their properties if they're going to Florida.
I haven't heard that.
And I just feel like it is not fair to make them come to our board or to the ZBA. And so my preference would be to impose a 6-month prohibition on non-owner occupied short-term rental of village residential properties as of date X. You define owner occupied as 6 months plus 1 day in the property. You define short-term as whatever short-term is.
That all sounds fine to me.
And
That
that's,
covers it, really.
Yeah, I like it.
Will you send that to me so I don't have to
Yeah,
write
I
this
think
down?
that's simple. Keep it
And
simple.
this is for future, not existing.
And are we going to have any safety valves?
We should.
we should definitely have administrative relief. If somebody feels this shouldn't pertain to them, they can come to either our board or ZBA. What do you feel like?
I think this one.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, give them a hardship, write some hardship clause of some sort, right?
Hang
I
on,
was gonna
Steve.
say, unless it's a double, you just prohibited everybody. Because if owner occupied, nobody's renting an Airbnb with you living in it. That's not the purpose of it. It's
Oh, I
what
think
you
some
said,
people
when
are.
it comes
No, there
to
are some.
renting.
There's some.
Or 90% of the time when you rent because you want to be able to go in the door, have your own space, it's not a hotel room, you know what I mean, it's yours, you and your family, your kids.
Yeah, no, he didn't mean on site.
Yeah, owner occupied in this
He didn't mean
case, where
on-site.
owner implies that you live in the property for, Justin mentioned, 6 months.
months
and a
and a
day.
And the owner's away.
The owner's away.
Yeah, so he didn't mean that the owner
I don't-
was living there.
I think it's covered.
Yeah, I think.
I like
you're fine.
that it's simple.
We have to define
Yeah.
what owner occupied is.
I just think to make it really hard.
6 months and a day.
So, yeah, 6 months a day.
At all, how do you prove that?
Well, again,
Well,
Okay,
that's-
this
that's the
is less
enforcement
about
thing.
enforcement
Right,
than it is about
guidance.
guidance and understanding to.
Respect
to
for-
And it's a
current
public
sellers and
notice to
Buyers,
people.
it's public notice.
It's to ward off
Right.
what's happening.
And does there have to be an enforcement clause embedded in it?
No, but then the moratorium is nothing, without enforcement to.
So then let's talk about the enforcement. So to Justin, your comment, you were essentially looking at non-owner occupied properties. There should be then a criminal
Fine.
fine
Citation or-
of some sort that on a per diem basis is $100-150.
I don't know, are there any recommendations?
What do we do when HPV passes something and they don't?
Pardon?
What do we do when the HPV passes something and they don't
It's a
acknowledge?
violation. I
It's
mean,
a violation.
yeah, you do a violation. You have to have the same clause in the end of the moratorium.
So is there a cost to that violation?
After certain aspects, certain, different things have different.
Okay.
Just thinking. I know that look.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if you could do a weekly pop, but how would we know weekly? How would we know day? How are we gonna know this stuff?
You can check Airbnb.
You can check Airbnb.
I mean, I can weekly download new, applications.
In VBROs, there's two
They
sites.
give you that.
How do you prove, they don't.
For renters.
They do,
They should figure it out.
I'm going to look at Cedar and Dee's place right on Airbnb.
Yeah, they'll give, they'll
They
be
should
on
give
there.
the aerial.
Yeah, they'll give you the aerial, they'll give you the street name.
Just do $100 a day, and then whatever typical fine that escalates over time.
I'm sure.
Seems fine.
I really, yeah, I think,
Do you want to think about that and get?
no, I think a judge looking at this would like a weekly shot.
Oh,
So
and what,
that-
tell, what's the rationale of that?
I would say 100 the first week, 200 the second week, and
Oh, escalating.
300 for every week thereafter.
And a week being defined by 7 rental days spread out over a month, or any rental day within a month, a week.
Any instance, first offense, second offense, third offense.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, versus giving them 30 days, if you give them 30 days, it's
That's-
senseless. You'd rather, you'd rather
Gotta
find.
build it in.
That's right, because what they make on their rent is nothing.
yeah, build it in.
Yeah.
Does that, what do you guys think? You're good?
Yeah, I hope you can.
Yeah.
So-
Wait a minute, what is a place, what can you rent a non-huge house in the village for a week?
Well, it depends, is it PGA or?
Oh, no.
Yeah, well,
just-
PGA was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Easy, probably 1,500.
I don't think any rented PGA.
1,000
No?
to 1,500.
I don't know.
Really?
I had two friends that put it up and then they had no takers.
I'm thinking 200 first offense.
The short-term rental on my street is getting upwards of $800 a night. I think you can look it up,
Oh, that's right, because you're renting the whole place, which is fairly significant in size. So, yeah, I
It's
would,
not even that big.
I don't think we can go much higher than
That was
that.
running by the PGA director.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we took from
I would say
October till.
200 the first, 400 the second,
Just keep doubling it.
800 third, and then 1,000 thereafter.
Yeah, you're looking it up.
Yeah, I'm seeing things between 150 and 300 a night. Looks like.
So 300, 2,100, you gotta, I would go higher, I would stop at 2,000.
Yeah, I don't think we really can do it. I think you just got to look at what the judge is maybe likely to do.
Well, wouldn't the
Geared to
judge,
that.
wouldn't the judge support not having the operation be profitable, less the fine?
I don't think so. I don't think the judge would get into profitability.
I think the fine is about compliance, not whether or not it's profitable.
Well, no, I understand, but Dave's point is, if you don't take away enough of their profit.
Oh, I see, then
They're
it's
just
not.
gonna
do it
keep-
at a
yeah,
higher
they're gonna do
cost.
it, right, right.
Yes.
Right, they're.
Like $20 a week.
They'll increase their rate.
Finality.
If it covers it.
Yeah, I think it's
Costs.
1,000. I kind of feel comfortable with 200, 400, 800, and 1,000 for every week thereafter. I mean,
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
Well, if
I don't-
somebody does it for
I don't
10
know.
weeks, that's a 1% tax increase we didn't have to do.
Oh, there we go.
Ta-da.
And then they're still subject to a grandfathering clause. So,
Okay.
good enough.
Are we kind
All right.
of, yes, Dorothea?
I have public
Now,
comment.
Public
Just a
comment.
question on public comment. So this was a conversation before the board. We don't have any motion. We don't have anything that requires
We're
public
giving you
comment.
our attorney direction.
Oh, so I like public comment. I think it's good. Should we?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's,
Okay.
that's what we were just saying.
I don't think the new trustees are aware of the board's policy to take comments after every
Every single
Got
item.
it.
every
Okay.
single item.
Beautiful.
That's a policy adopted by the last board.
That's why I keep,
Yeah, that's where her
Probably
hands
have a
keep
lot
going
over
up.
there.
no, I have
Okay, comment, please.
Art Pierce,
They are.
70, well, he keeps typing, stop Art, I can't read all that. Art Pierce, 70 State Street, why not have start date of the moratorium placed in effect sooner than later, precluding and brushed by business entities purchasing properties as soon as the notice village's near future intentions is coming down the line. Furthermore, that the closings which are currently in process can proceed during the moratorium period. What are the processes that other similar communities have successfully put in place? Have residents come to the board, would provide opportunities to the town to have an understanding what properties are short-term rentals, and for the board to make certain the resident has a clear understanding of the code, providing a benefit to both parties. This also provides any neighbors who wonder what's going on in the house down the street have an understanding.
Well, some of this has been, I think, answered just even in our discussion and giving,
It's also, I'm sorry,
no, but, and also giving you direction. Go ahead,
it's going to be in the,
Yeah.
a lot of this is going to be handled in the
committee.
administrative relief.
Yeah.
And the committee.
So two I've got right now are one-offs and closings scheduled.
Yeah, I think in that case.
But not closing, I'm sorry, it should be purchase contracts.
This is where, to Justin, your earlier comment about non-owner occupied, defined as anybody who doesn't live here for 6 months and a day, you could extend out that relief. I think if somebody's closing right now or closing in the next 60 days with a contract in hand, we just create a time period, 60, 90 days, where that property is sold in that moment. This moratorium doesn't apply to them. It doesn't mean that subsequent legislation doesn't simply grandfather them, right, for some limited period of time.
Somebody said the closings don't happen all that often. I mean, the properties don't turn over that as much.
Steve would know better than me. Or how fast
Yeah,
the property
I'm not sure
renewal?
how Steve would know.
You don't get notice of
Yeah.
sales until
Right.
6
So,
months after. it.
I would
You
think,
know when
You know
people
when-
come in.
And because they do renovation.
Yeah.
What would make
I
sense
know.
is that if you're gonna do public notice, do public notice and say the moratorium will take effect. So that now you don't worry about, if they close 30, 60, 90 days, but this moratorium will take effect on July 1st. So,
Okay.
I mean, now people that are
Yeah.
looking or
Right,
whatever.
right, or
So
in the
you're-
process, they can back up.
That's far enough out where you've noticed it,
Yeah,
it's there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and then,
Yeah, and that's
I think that's
a
fair.
6-month moratorium starting on July 1st.
Yep.
I think that's okay.
yeah, I agree. I think so. It's giving them people warning.
Jeff's thinking again.
it's always bad. I think you should make it as soon as you can, because remember, you've got to get this thing, then you've got to send it to public hearing, and you have to have the public
Okay.
hearing. So
Yeah.
So it's better to do it the other way.
I would say that you have it apply effective the date of the adoption of the moratorium.
Okay.
And the filing with the Secretary of State. And then if you're in contract before that, that might be a reason to give you some administrative relief from
Sounds
this.
good.
Right, they can come to us.
I'm good with that.
Right,
Yeah.
everybody else for prior.
I agree. I am good with that.
The rest of the board happy with the language that we've talked about for the moratorium? Yeah.
All right, so think about what other reasons you might have to allow relief from this moratorium in these situations. Because this is, I would like more than two, and I will think about it as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
So.
Let's all be
Financial
circling
hardship
back.
is the.
Financial hardship.
That's hard to prove.
That is hard.
And that's a lot
Right,
of cases.
financial hardship is
But that's up to us.
is related to the prop, well, no, well, yeah.
Well,
Right, they
yeah.
come to us with a hardship, they identify it, we get to decide it. And so let's say somebody's moved here yesterday, they're here for 5 months, the housing market crashes, and the best thing for them in that moment, because they lost their job, they have to move to another state, is to rent it out for a little bit till the housing market recovers. We can ponder that at that moment, if that were to occur.
But if that happened, I'm sorry, if that happened, they could just rent it long-term.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
I don't disagree with that, I'm just,
Unless they're thinking it's more profitable to
Yes.
have an Airbnb.
which it is
Which it is.
traditionally.
Yeah, but you don't want that until you know you want that after the committee report.
Yeah, so they can at least run it.
For a short-term window. we
There's a
can-
solution.
Yeah.
It's not a complete hardship, is what you're saying. There's another remedy.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's consistent with, I know in the HPB with some of their provisions, there's a provision for financial hardship as well. So seems like, I don't know if it's.
So that usually deals with, that hardship is really focused on the needs of the property, usually, not the needs of the owner.
Right.
Yeah.
You're talking about now then shifting into the needs of the owner.
My understanding, that's heard by a different board. The HPV doesn't hear the hardship.
They have, no,
I
they
thought
have.
the trustees hear the hardship.
No,
No,
Oh, okay, because we never had one. Okay.
we never had.
It's tough to prove.
Not when I was there.
Yeah, well, I think
Now,
that's-
you were on the board, but years and years, I think. Once, I think there was a fence hardship, and I don't,
It's more.
remember that?
Yeah, it is
I'm
rare.
trying to
because it's
remember,
not-
I thought it was citing.
Was,
I thought it was-
oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know if that went to hardship.
I know which one you're talking
What I
about. I don't
like
think it
though
did,
is-
because I never saw it.
Hardship
The
is
one that
admit.
that they had taken.
Oh, no, there was a big
Oh.
lawsuit like 20 years ago.
Yeah, no,
But
Oh,
hardship,
aluminum siding,
here's the good thing, though, okay?
That's
skyway property,
Jeff has expressed that a moratorium should come with administrative relief.
right?
It doesn't mean that the bar has to be easy to curb. A hardship review that we would adjudicate on an individual case-by-case basis gives relief that may never be granted,
Yes,
but it's sufficient to potentially embed in enough relief
correct.
that it can't be challenged.
Yeah, and I'm struggling now, what I'm struggling with right now is whether or not we ought to have guidelines for the board, but really, and I think the answer is yes, because you're acting more as an administration. I think the cases go the other way. I think you're the only board that doesn't have to have guidelines about decision-making.
Good.
That you, it will just be
So it'd be case by case.
an arbitrary and capricious standard if there's court review.
Nice.
So
Okay.
we could just say hardship to the satisfaction of the board of trustees.
Okay, that works.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Public
Can you state your
input.
name and address, please, for the record?
Be delighted. Len Parker, 46 Brand Place,
Thank you.
Pittsburgh.
Thank you.
Village.
What's the zip code?
May I make some comments here?
Yeah, sure. You direct it to the board, and we're saying yes.
Thank you. And thank you for tackling the topic. It's an important one. Those that may not know, I do have short-term rental. I've had it for 6 months here, my home in Pittsburgh, and I've had it for 42 years in my place in California. So one thing that I would say, I think I have 3 things. I haven't heard, and it would be helpful, I think, as you tackle this, if I may suggest, some discussion about what's the problem statement. Because all the discussion has been about punitive shut down, pull the rug out from underneath people who are doing this. And this is a legal activity. To own a piece of real estate and to have someone come in and take money for them coming in is a legal action. So I would think you want to be, and I encourage you to think about what is it that you're trying to solve, what's the problem, and why do we need to take action? 2, if action is taken, I would suggest that you look hard at having it coupled, tethered to something that is not desirable, not permitted, according to our existing laws. So, for example, you have a large party come and park all over your neighborhood, your neighbor's lawn. They stay up until 1 o'clock in the morning, get smashed, loud. Those are behaviors we don't want in this community. But we're not talking about bad behaviors coupled to rental. We're just talking about rental, and rental itself is not a bad behavior, and it's not an illegal behavior. The third thing, and I just had my last PTA guest leave yesterday, and he wrote, this came my stuff today. We really appreciated and enjoyed our stay at Glenn's Place and our time in the area. Pittsburgh is a beautiful town, convenient to Rochester with some great options for food and the best ice cream I've tasted in quite a while. The accommodations are exactly as described. I would stay here again and spend more time in order to see more of Pittsburgh and what it has to offer. Is this something that we really want to approach and stop and prevent people from doing and having a moratorium from having that experience?
This is a,
Go ahead.
this is a property in addition to your current home, right? Or is it your?
No, it's downstairs floor.
So you are you a resident in Pittsburgh for 6 months and a day, or do you happen to be residents of California, or for how long?
No, this is my.
This is your permanent home.
Domicile.
Yeah, so to
So
that end.
you're home and there's and you're home.
It's his house.
Yeah, we try to go away.
But
we go down to the lake.
But it's owner occupied. Is that the question you're asking? Is that your owner
It's owner
occupied?
occupied, and you'd be excluded from the moratorium. And anybody else planning to do exactly what you're doing would be excluded from that. The moratorium, the way that we've expressed it here tonight, would strictly apply to non-owner occupied. So people who aren't vested in the community like you and Rachel are, right? That we want to make sure that before we that we're focused on making sure that we're not taking away things that are already occurring. We're not even taking away from new opportunities for people just like you to do again during the moratorium. It would be strictly non-owner occupied.
Beyond just during a transition period.
Correct.
Maybe I've misunderstood. I thought the moratorium was time limited. It's not of the new rule of the road in terms of Pittsburgh Village. It'd be in place 10 years from now, 20 years from now. That's not the intention of the discussion.
We're having a moratorium to allow work to be done on evaluating, do we need some kind of code or oversight for going forward for, the more short-term rentals, the short-term rentals, because it has been identified, brought us by residents. We had a workshop that was done, last fall, I believe, and there were a lot of, opinions and comments expressed about the possibility of people coming in and buying up several properties to manage them where they don't live in the village, to manage them as a short-term rental business within our village. And the concern was, what does that do to the fabric of our neighborhoods? If all of a sudden you have several houses on a block that are owned by someone who, lives in Pennsylvania, and what does that look like for our community? And I think, the problem statement, that was part of the problem statement of what is bringing us here tonight, and why we want to just take a closer look at what that means, because we're a small village, and so you actually would be exempted from everything we've been talking about. Yes, Justin.
Yeah, just to follow up, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and your circumstance here, and I just went back to reread the text that I sent to our attorney, which is that this is a 6-month prohibition on non-owner occupied short-term rental of
village residential properties. So since you're owner occupied, that would, you'd be okay.
And the only comment to add to Justin, your word that you just sent to Jeff would be that it was owner occupied defined as living,
yes,
6 months in a day.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can live somewhere else.
So can I just hypothetically, so we have, say myself who lives in my house, and then I want to buy 4 other houses in the village, and Airbnb those.
You're not owner
I'm not owner occupied,
You're not
even though I'm a village resident, a voter, and all that stuff, I'm not, so I have to be living in that house.
And, you know, I think I shared this, it was during the workshop, before I moved back here, I lived in Florida, and when they had the housing, you know, crash, there were whole block after block of neighborhoods being brought up, like essentially hedge fund managers.
Right.
And I saw so many old neighborhoods in that community be destroyed because, you know, people were upside down, you know, it was just a big mess. And so I don't see that potentially happening here, but let's get ahead of this a bit, and let's just make sure we're kind of looking at all of what could potentially happen.
It's a sensitive balancing act.
Yeah.
I applaud you for taking on. I just wanted to bring a perspective that seems to be outside of what I've heard for the last hour.
Now you know you're exempt.
But remember, we're bringing this to an advisory board made up of residents that are separate from us, and we want to hear, you'd be a great addition to that board, but we want to, you know, we want to hear from people that have experience. Yeah, come on, Len, put your name in. Oh, all right, there we go. So we want to hear, you know, all perspective. And we're just trying to give us a little breathing room.
So when you're hearing about the punitive element, it is only if people are not in compliance with just the short-term moratorium. That's all they're
Yeah, that's
asking.
the problem that I think is tough in balancing. Because it's not tied to something that is up against our codes and restrictions and laws. I mean, bad behavior that comes with a short-term rental is something that I think all of us should want to do something about.
But when you talk about, you know, the movements or large party, that's already in our
Yeah,
code.
that's different.
That can be anybody, anywhere. Doesn't have to be an Airbnb or short-term rental. Yeah, Justin.
I think the reason, if anybody reads this, the document on land use moratorium, I think the first couple of paragraphs are really good because they address this point. It does, so a moratorium on development preserves the status quo while the municipality updates its comprehensive plan or code. So this is restrictive, but it's so that we can get to a point where we actually understand the needs and we can do so in a thoughtful manner.
I've always thought of a moratorium as like a pause button.
Yes,
Yeah, that's why I thought it was
Yeah.
temporarily
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
finite
that's why we're
period of
talking about
time
the
to
6
manage a
months.
transition.
Exactly, that's exactly it.
But we don't know what to, right?
Well,
That's
yeah,
still
we're
the
gonna have
open-ended
And that was my first point, is know the problem you're trying to solve.
So one of the, I'll just throw a problem out there, and we didn't talk about this tonight, but I believe our community has had challenges with regards to rental opportunities, particularly lower cost rental opportunities for businesses to have people who work and live in the community at different socioeconomic levels. There was a great study, I think it was Yale, could have been Harvard, I forget, I had it saved somewhere, that correlated the increase in Airbnbs with an increase in rental costs, right? The cost to rent and the availability. That's a direct challenge to our community that more than any other community, we're trying to, at least personally, as a member of this board, trying to work against, not for. And so there's this balance from a residential socioeconomic differences and opportunities that Airbnbs could actually interrupt the success of moving towards that. So, I mean, as you think about problem statements, that is one that matters to me. And it's one where when I think about owner-occupied versus non-owner-occupied, really comes to mind.
Very fair, good point, good point.
Okay, so we.
And I don't think I'm contributing too much.
Great, you're a great ambassador from what you've expressed.
I only charge $199 per night. So I'm not going to be a catalyst for out-of-control rents.
And you're not taking away a unit that would have otherwise been a full-time rental. Right? You're just bringing people to the community and being a great ambassador and bringing some income in while you do it.
And that's not what we're trying to protect against.
Okay. Oh, good. No, thanks. Really, really.
So where are we going?
So you have enough direction, enough?
One more thing I would ask for is I was not at that, and to Mr. Parker's point, I was not at that workshop. The whereas clauses are really important in these moratorium. And why are we doing that? So I need a little point, somebody's got notes from the.
Yeah, that should be on video as well.
Yeah, I think some of the things we've mentioned in this meeting, whereas village property is incredibly desirable, and in those.
You know what, Justin?
Yeah.
Rather than we try to keep up.
Okay.
Yeah, draft. Let's everybody, let's set up our yes.
No, that's exactly
where
what.
it's going. No, but that's where it's going. That's.
So if you could just, when you get a second. Yep.
So my understanding is that you're gonna put together a motion.
Local law.
Okay, so right now, we're just working, so it's for next meeting, is that how we're gonna do that?
God willing, the creek won't roll.
Edit it, age it, adopt it, possibly by next week.
Yes,
Okay. Yeah. Well, we just gotta get on your desk.
yes.
So we can have it.
So hopefully it'll be done with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
No sarcasm, by the way.
Well, yeah, good conversation.
Okay, no, this was very good. Thanks, everybody. Yes, really, thanks, everybody, for that.
I'm not thanking anybody.
I know, yeah, you got your homework assignment, right? I know. Thanks, Steve, so much. Okay. Lynn, thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot of exciting stuff coming up here.
Yeah, I know.
On the agenda.
Parking spaces, they're nice.
Okay. Call me if you really need me.
Thanks a lot.
We first on the list.
Next up, local law.
I'm going to say we can't set a public hearing, we don't have a local law.
Okay.
So I think.
Let's circle back on this one. Yes.
I don't know if anybody else doesn't understand this, but I sure don't know what 2 north and southeast South Main.
That's what's part of it. This is right by my house.
No, I don't know what north means. There's no, I mean, what's north got to do with it?
Northeast, so it should say northeast and southeast,
Yes,
but it's north and southeast. The hyphen after east should be also applied to north.
yes.
So 2
Northeast
northeast and southeast, South Main parking spots. So on South Main, there's a few spots on
One in front of Christ Church and one in front of.
north, south, and the northeast and the southeast part of where church
I love this.
Locust.
meets.
Okay, so it's on the same side of the street.
Yeah,
Okay, so Zach sent me what I need to draft a local law for that. But was there something else that we were going to?
I think there was handicap on Main Street, we were going to try to roll into it.
Yeah, I think we moved past that though.
I thought Steve was gonna go look at it.
Okay.
Steve? Or did he just say
Yeah.
Steve? Because I went out and looked at it, it's more between Yosemite and Woodland. That actually could be a handicap spot. The ramping is a little bit out of compliance, but Steve said that he can, can be a waiver.
Right.
Because, and actually they did this further down Monroe Ave, where the sidewalks are out of compliance because of the topography. Nice out when they put the sidewalks in, they're not in compliance, coming down to the ramp to Sutherland.
see, I thought there was a handicap parking space in one, right outside of Christ Church.
Christ Church it's not in compliance, it's just simply identified.
Okay.
Yeah.
The goal was to have these be adopted at the same time, possibly if the handicap spot
If we
was
could do
adopted,
that.
we can do it, but we don't have Steve's opinion.
I
So
know.
we just want to ask Steve to keep working on that.
Yeah, we'll circle back with him.
Steve?
Is he still here?
Yeah.
Come here, quick.
I didn't get out the question.
One quick question.
This is really easy.
Parking.
Is this the spot that's inside
Yes,
of the?
this one right here, we're talking about the handicap space. Remember you were
This is
supposed to
what
the
we're talking
handicap
about
space
now.
outside the hotel?
The
The
totality.
driveway that was
It's not on there.
Yes, not on there. Do we want to incorporate that?
It's a curb cut.
Like 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right,
it's
hold on.
handicap. It's
Can I
not
talk?
completely in a. What? That's not. No, we have a park space, so. Well, if it's in parking space. Because it's a curb cut, people don't realize that it's a parking space.
It's the driveway between Notality and where Blades was. And we
Right.
talked about that before, and Mikey had said that could be another good spot for handicap parking. The ramp's a little bit high.
Likely, yeah, I have to check the angle of the cut.
Right, but you still, my understanding was, even if it wasn't perfectly in compliance,
There, I have discretion.
you do have the discretion. Yeah, that was my understanding.
Yeah.
Let's circle back on that for sure.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, I actually have forgot about it.
I know, okay.
Yeah, I was in Mikey, so,
Yeah, because
yeah.
I went and looked at it, and I'm thinking, geez.
Mikey's gone for
Except
this
it's
time.
one of these spots.
Right. Now,
We'll have to put
the only thing is, is the highway right of way back far enough to create that free space for the stop?
So let's take a look at it.
There are 3 spots in front of it.
Yeah,
Right, I'm saying sideways. It's not
Sideways,
the
so we
in
can-
front, it's not the in front, it's the sideways.
yeah.
You need an 8-foot, you need another 8-foot space on the vehicle.
Gotcha. So let's take a look. Let's just
Yeah.
revisit it. Okay.
So, am I to draft this local law, or are we waiting?
We can look at it tomorrow. No.
Tuesday.
Wait.
Oh,
We actually already striped it.
Well, that's on the way, that means that, have you noticed any difference?
Yeah, they striped it.
yeah. Oh,
Well, I
yeah.
mean, does it solve the problem?
So far, so
Yeah.
they only did it yesterday. It looks great.
I know.
And, yeah, it's great.
So we'll just get right tickets then.
Yeah, we just need the law to be able to
So it's
enforce.
not anything urgent, I mean, it's
All
all
right, okay.
Yeah, okay, so we're still.
Tuesday,
Okay,
Tuesday.
sneaking on that. Okay, that's it.
Run, run, run.
Thanks, Steve, okay.
Can I just ask one other parking related question? A resident brought to my attention that we have a weird situation. To me, it's weird. This is on Monroe Avenue going east to the Four Corners.
Oh, yeah, right.
So
Turning
this is the picture of it. There's a turning lane, and we allow parking in the turning lane during, except
Yeah,
during
that
4
was
to 6.
for years,
And-
right?
Yeah, I think it's been, and the problem is sometimes people use it. They actually read the sign, which is a problem. And then
And
you
that's-
can't turn right, and then people get backed up. And I just don't know, it seems really
Well,
about
one of the goals was, and at the other corner, in front of, not Chandeliers, the bridal shop, Stella's. Remember when they have the turning lane blocked off for a long time? It was fabulous because it slowed down traffic enough. Buses had a wider turning angle to be able to make that turn. And so NISTOD said you could put parking spaces there to really calm your traffic. And so that's the other thing that we submitted back to NISTOD. And it's so interesting because on this, I think it's because of the flow of traffic, the way it is.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's designated as parking there.
It's kind of weird, but you're right, sometimes
Could
you see
we
it.
shorten the turn lane and add a parking spot there, so it's.
I'd love to do that.
Yeah,
I think it would
And
come back.
Chandeliers was hoping,
I
because they
know.
said that they had approached us before. to
We
do that.
should try, if we can, to strike both in front of
Yes,
chandeliers
that's
and
right.
remove some of
Sure,
that.
that turning lane. I
Let's
agree.
bring it back to NISTOD because it's their road. Okay, so we're gonna bring it back. They
I'm gonna
should
send
be
you a
amenable
picture that I
because
took
of the agreement that we had.
This is fun.
You know,
There's already parking
all
lot.
four corners.
Yes.
So we have agents, and they get, that
Right. You
won't
can
go by
park in
there.
front of Thirsty still.
There's something to be said, that right-hand turning lanes
Park needed?
aren't needed.
Oh, I'm totally in agreement. For years. I'm right there with you. That's
Great,
been one of my.
we'll explore.
Especially
our-
at the center of our,
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Okay.
But the other thing too, and it may just be part of the negotiation, where I'll give you another example. They have changed the requirements for the arrows for right-hand turn lanes, and you see that between the dairy and JoJo's, there's arrows starting way back. It is now their new, what is it, the MUTC, you know, the code book, where you
I can't tell you what the new is. but
yeah,
it's
but the
not-
indicators, they now start them back. They also did this in front of Thirsties, and we said, but people park there, and they said, okay, let them park there. We just need to put the arrow there,
Yeah.
you know, so they are in compliance with the national directive. But I'll bring it back. Somebody remind me.
Wait, did you just suggest that there could be parking in front of Thirsties?
There's parking now.
I know there's parking now, but that it has to have an arrow where there's
It has
parking?
the arrow, no, it has the right in turn arrow.
Way up top though.
Oh, no, it starts right back at Thirsties.
Yes, okay, so that's what I'm saying. You'd have to go all the way back to the Copperleaf, the old tree? Like you'd have to put it
No, you
there?
can park. It doesn't matter if the arrow's there, that's what I was saying.
You can put the arrow
Just-
over
And
it.
people would know that, people would know that. I
Well, we have the signage there, people park in front of Thirsties because they
They do all
always
the
have.
time.
Yeah.
Usually after hours.
Either
Like
way,
after-
either way, but it's sort of self-selective in terms of it's too busy, they're gonna park somewhere else. But remind me though about this, because I gotta talk to them anyways.
All right, so we'll keep this
Justin sent me
conversation
the
going.
picture.
Okay, so we have the reminder.
Great.
Okay, so where are we, folks?
We're on 9.
Long-term capital.
Long-term, yeah, long-term capital plan discussion. I would love for us to have a workshop and let's put all this together.
Yes, I agree.
Let's-
We need to
I'm
we
good
just need to
for all
get
of
started.
that.
We just need to get started.
I'm good for all of that, and
Let's set
before, when we set that up, if somebody could just, I don't know, by emails or 150 deep, if somebody could just take all the stuff that's embedded in what we've done before,
Yeah.
drop it in that email, you know, a couple days before our special session, and send it out to everybody, that'd be amazing.
Okay.
Even a week if we've already got it, because some of the stuff is
So why don't we do this then? Maybe, you know, poll the board, you know, with some dates, let's send, Dorothea can send out some dates for us to start to pull this together.
If that works for me, and
Okay.
I'd even
Okay.
venture to say, if we
That's the
can
action item.
meet with one or two other, like one other trustee on occasion to try to get a reminder.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as
Yeah, as long as you're on forum. Okay, so that's the workshop. We controlled all the traffic,
Okay.
signal box art design.
So let me just kind of open this up because, you know, Mayor Plummer and I kind of talked about this, thought it would be a good idea. So you know the big silver box, the brand new one that's on the corner.
For the Phoenix.
Yeah, the nice sparkly shiny one that's there. So we thought that maybe it would be a good idea to incorporate it into some prettiness, the beautificationness of our village, and maybe like we've done like Rochester has done in all their communities, have wrapped the box and have had paint.
And see-
That zero.
Well, yeah, it's painted on the wrap. and
On the wrap,
box is
right, on the wrap, right. So I kind of looked into that and I contacted the art gallery in town, asked if there was any artists that wanted to go ahead and maybe submit some ideas, and they do it, you know, gratis. And I got 3 great artists that are really excited about doing that. They just want us to pay for their supplies. However, I stepped back for a second because it brought to my attention that, you know, is this something that the board wants to discuss and wants to talk about? You know, there have been some things that have come up that I never really thought about. You know, do we want to kind of draw attention to the box? You know, that's another way of looking at it. Do we want it to represent maybe an environment that's a little bit more urban than we are? Because, you know, it's done a lot in cities, big cities. So I just kind of wanted to open it up and have people make comments and suggestions about, you know, how I should move forward or if we should eat it at all. Let me just finish. What I have seen, and this is something I never even thought of, but I've just seen in the last couple of days, is the big shiny box is a really great bulletin board for people to start putting stuff up, like garage sales and stuff like that. So if it's something that's plain like that, I think that people are more likely to start using it as a poster board, where I don't think that would happen if it was a piece of art. So I just wanted to put it out there. I never really thought of that, but I was
And
thinking.
just to bring the new board members up to speed, because this, Renee Stetzer had brought this up early days when I stopped first kind of landed in the village, and about doing the wrap. So it was discussed with the previous board, and Renee had a thought of maybe making it, you know, working with the schools with kids with art, you know, doing some submissions as well. And either way, I mean, I think you notice them no matter what. You know, you're either looking at a shiny silver box or you're looking at something perhaps interesting, or that maybe references our community in a unique way. I do think if they're left just plain like that, there'll be graffiti, there'll be stickers, posters, I think it'll become something else there, and I'm not comfortable with that. I think we have an opportunity maybe to do something a little nice, you know, wrap it. You see them on Park Avenue, for example, I know, I was thinking of that.
My other thought is there, instead of wrapping it, is there a way to put bushes or something pretty in front of it? I know you gotta have access from the back. I don't know, you might not.
My son doesn't like them, that's why they're freestanding, they have to.
Because I know that they have to have access in the back, because they have a pad, a big pad for them to do work on, but I don't know. Can you?
That was part of the discussion, you can't camouflage. Believe me, I planned it right out.
Yeah, me too.
So on the topic of the camouflage as another possible option, is it okay to cover it with a matte, kind of a you know, disappearing paint to kind of have it blend in, or does it have to stay
Sort of like a stealth box.
Yeah. I mean, I would be the first one to walk into it, so maybe that's not a good idea.
That's where I'm going, right? Kids on bikes. Oh, it looks just like the Phoenix building.
I mean, I've seen them done in historic communities in Massachusetts. You know, I used to live there. I can't remember the little town, but it was cute. They did one in folk art. You know, sort of referencing. It was referencing their village green. You know, things like that.
I like that idea, and I like it in that if we're going to permit something like this, we can actually do it on rotation, right? We can have a purpose to it. No.
You have to submit and have a formal application to NISTOD. It is their property, and they will grant us. That's how it's going to look.
They approve the design.
Yeah.
But we could, for example, suggest to artists before we submit something, and we could submit something yearly, but we could suggest to local artists, hey, we'd like something that's reflective of ABC. Right? And maybe that's a year or 6 months, and a year goes by, and we want to have something that's reflective of something different in the subsequent year. We could.
Oh, I think you could probably always change it out, go through the whole process again.
Go through the whole process again. But I think by having something that's unique and interesting, because those call lights, or the call buttons for the lights, and that takes a little while. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I always cross at the non-four corners, because frankly, it slows down traffic and you get across faster. But if you're there, having something that's interesting to look at that might be on a little bit of a rotation, and when we put a call out to artists, say, hey, could you do something in this motif that reflects the historical character of our community, and make it interesting where people might want to engage with it for a little bit longer than a quick minute, because they might be standing there for the light.
My concern is I don't know if we really want to make it labor intensive and cost, prohibitive, because remember, we've got if we change it, the wrapping's got to be removed from the state and rewrapped, and then we got to put together another budget for supplies. I don't know. I just think it's like a little overkill. I don't know if it's that big of a piece to.
I kind of saw it as a one-off.
Yeah, me too.
I can replace it if it's
right.
exactly.
I just don't know. I don't know if we really want to take it.
So better yet to that.
We need other opportunities for something like that.
Sure. But better yet to that point, rather than a year. I mean, it's going to be a 5-year type project or longer. We're going to wouldn't we want to have some reflection of stated to the artist what we'd like to see back?
Oh, yeah, we do. That's what I'm saying, that I kind of set it out to the artists. They were going to submit to me the font. I gave them some guidance, and I think that I want to give them more guidance from what you guys thought. My two thoughts were, I know that the canal is kind of overdone. Everybody paints the canal and takes pictures of the canal. It's beautiful, but I think it's overdone. I kind of, coming from historic preservation, I kind of think our cities, our village-scape of beautiful architectural buildings that are there could be represented there. So I'm looking more about architectural.
With beautiful doors and everything.
Right, yeah, something that. But I'm, we're open and we don't have to prove anything. But I just, wanted to throw out, Lily, what are your thoughts on that?
What are you thinking?
I know, she's.
That's real who's deciding on what is the final design?
Us.
The board.
So it will be a vote of final submissions. My first thought was, leave it alone, but not, because putting something up there is almost more of an invitation for somebody to come and to face it. Over time, how does it stand up to whether and where, and will it begin to look shabby after 3 years, and then what then? I'm from the school of thought that you don't really notice it until you put something on it and then you notice it. as a silver box. Quite honestly, I had to look to see where it was. So I think I would be interested. I'm certainly open to the concept if somebody wants to give us some designs, and maybe there will be something that strikes. I'm also concerned that we create an urban sort of a look at our four corners. I would be more inclined to making it disappear visually. If that's an option, to do a darker color, do it in the village dark green or something.
Yeah, the village green, that way.
Village green, so that it becomes a part of the landscape there.
We could do bricks like the Phoenix Building.
So you want to
How
look
about,
like
how about the, how about the
Trump
dark
ball
green, how
on
about the
there.
dark green in the village logo? Or the
You know, whatever, I mean, we could look at, it. You know, I'm open to anything.
Institutionalized, but I think I'd be more.
Traditional. Yeah,
I am concerned if it's left as a plain box, I will guarantee you, we're gonna have graffiti, we're gonna have the kids with stickers, it'll become something else.
I've already taken down.
And so, and Park Avenue went through this, that's why they wrapped their boxes. You know, and they last for many, many years, you know, it's geared to the environment, yeah.
I got two. One, I have them in my neighborhood on North Winton.
Yeah.
Nobody graffitis them. And they've been, I want to say, over the last 7-8 years, there's no damage. They actually do blend in.
Yeah.
Because they do. And they're nothing, some of them are just flowers.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes they're people, but most of the time are.
Institutional, like, something from Historic Pittsburgh listing, you know, dates and, you know, something that gives information about,
Like historical significance. Yeah,
you
I
know,
like that.
a map, or, you know, something institutional.
Yeah.
We could do something like
But
that.
they,
Then we're not that artistic in somebody's sensibilities attached to, you know, I like something more talk about,
More
somebody else
traditional.
like folk art, somebody else would like.
Yeah.
A really
Yeah,
cool
no, I
looking
like that.
wayfinder.
Yeah, very cool wayfinder. We need, which I'm very pro wayfinding. Yeah.
and then you do have a thing, and I think it's Jason Cernas, I'm going to say from DPW, who would be responsible for maintenance of artwork? There is bound to be graffiti stickers that's placed over these control boxes, artwork or not. And I'm going to disagree.
Volunteer.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Jason because I have never seen anybody touch these in my community
And I
at
will
all.
tell you that the genesis for wrapping these boxes was to get rid of graffiti on the boxes and create something that was visually appealing, so people will, you know, like, they're not gonna deface it, you know? So that was years ago, I'm going back like 40 years.
I don't know if you can see this. At the library, when you pull in behind, the pizza shop, there's a control box that is painted dark green. For years, this graffiti has been on that box. I don't know if anybody's ever
Yeah,
seen it.
yeah, I know that.
It's been there probably about 6 years.
Yeah.
Personally, I love it. One
I
of my
think
favorite
they
things.
painted it on the box. I think the
You think the owners did
I
it?
think the owners did.
You're not gonna-
Yeah.
So I say, love it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought it was cute, so I stayed there.
So my understanding, both Justin and I think you're on the same page, you would like it to look less artsy and less urban and something a little bit more
That's kind of my
traditional
feeling, but.
and a little bit more.
So, on that theme, I do like the fact that it makes our job easier as a board. I'm not crazy about having this turn into some kind of a public sphere where, to any extent, where there's a public message or art piece that's out there, and an institutional message also.
Yeah, I'm all for wrapping it with something.
Do you need a permit?
Yeah,
From my stuff.
I have that, I kind of printed it off.
Let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you need a permit if you just painted?
Yeah, because it has to be wrapped, we have to ask them to wrap.
No, I meant,
You can't paint it.
well, I thought we were talking about the possibility of painting it. No, you can't. Okay.
No, you said.
Yeah, you have to wrap it.
It has to be a wrap. There's specific parameters. Yeah. Okay.
So can I just ask, and then we move on, if you have some ideas on messaging or ideas, can you just shoot them over me?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah. Everybody, any ideas, all hands on deck.
Sounds good, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for chasing that down.
You were right, arts and traditional.
So maybe options.
Okay.
So everybody put in ideas. I think
Yeah,
that's all
yeah.
good. I think it's all great.
I have that in mind.
other than I know that two of you are trying to come up
And
with
you know
things that I
what,
like.
now that we're sort of thinking about it, like if you guys are down in Park Ave or other places,
Yeah,
it's really kind of what looks appealing, or, you can take a snapshot, give it to Dorothea to distribute, or.
I could take the ones down my,
Oh, thank you.
I got like two or
Yeah,
three.
just over.
Something that's reflective, whether or not it's institutional or not, something that's reflective of our community and the project.
Yes. Okay, all right. Item 11, Boughton Avenue speed bumps, resident concern.
Residents not here, I was hoping they'd be, but my understanding, we had a phone call, there's concerns. Zach put new speed bumps on Boughton. They're a ½ inch higher in profile, they're 2 inches total. And there's one person, we've had calls saying they're fabulous, we love them. And then we have one person whose vehicle has a problem.
He has a low sports car, I believe.
Yeah, that has problems going over it.
About clearing the bumps at a certain speed. Can I give you a little background on this?
Yeah.
I feel like we're sort of in the middle of like the three bears. It's too hot, it's too cold, it's the speed bumps were replaced with a little bit higher because so many residents complained that they were too low and too easy to go over and didn't calm traffic enough. Yeah, Jeff, we were talking about that too. They were sort of extended a little bit. And so that's what prompted the speed bumps that are there now. And this is the first complaint that I understand.
It's my understanding, it's the only complaint we got.
So, do we have the information of?
I have the person's.
I'd like to talk with them and see him drive over the bump. Let's see what he's.
Are there regulations for height on those from DOT?
All I imagine
Seems
is,
like there should be a regulation.
It's our street, first of all. We own the street.
Right.
if a speed bump goes in, it's got
It's gotta be a reg, it's gotta be a regulation, right,
So if he's too low or driving too fast, or she, my guess would be is
She needs to slow
it
down.
may not be 30 miles negotiable, it may be 15 miles negotiable. It's not a long road.
And the residents that I've spoken to.
It's less than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
No, it's not a bad thing. The residents I spoke to really like it.
But
I've driven down there and
compliance
realized
with the,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
it definitely slows you, right? If somebody could confirm with Zach that the height of the speed bump and the angles are all within regulation.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
That's been confirmed with him.
The success of the speed bump is evident by somebody having concern of going over it too fast and bottoming out.
And actually, we're using that same speed hump on another road, and we used it there
It's
previously.
been that same height has been on Rand.
Yeah.
The other side. Same height. They love it.
This is an apology to the person with a sports car, whoever you may be,
No, it's not,
but pedestrians and speeds,
Yeah.
if you have to go a little slower by ball.
But I'll circle back and speak with the resident. You have the information.
I have the
It's
information.
just that we took it seriously and understand the concern. And this is what our thoughts were. Okay. Next up, Jeff, I think we're good. Actually, we're going to just one more thing.
Yeah, I did have, if I can jump ahead to a couple really quick number things that involve Jeff.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure. Is that okay? Just hold on a little bit. Okay.
I'm here for the duration.
Yeah, she's in it. She's in it to live.
Okay, the first thing is, we had mentioned in our earlier discussion, emails with Ray Beltramo, and I know that generally things with our attorney are protected by attorney-client privilege. I just wanted to ask if anybody has a problem waiving attorney-client privilege to share those emails in case anyone's interested with the public.
Their emails between,
Specifically with Ray Beltramo about the Arboretum and the dedication. Yeah, I don't have any problem. It would be up to us to waive attorney-client privilege. Jeff, do you have any problem with us waiving attorney-client privilege on those emails that you share?
Can't be.
Okay. Then I have no problem with it. Does anybody else have a problem with that? Do we need a
Well, it's
resolution
just
for
a
this?
straight question and answer from Wade, right?
Right.
And there's,
By the time of the future,
I would-
just a one.
Just that one?
Just the email correspondence that you forwarded to me, Jeff, about Wade Beltramo and the determination on the Arboretum.
Right. And I don't think that there's no communications between me and the board.
Oh, I see.
So I don't even think they're,
So it's like a one-off with just
I don't think
Wade.
they're protected by attorney-client privilege.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's available in the public since we talked about it.
But I think the board can chime in and answer that question.
I think
If
it's
anyone's got a
information.
problem giving it to the public.
I think it's good for the public to know why.
That's what we asked for.
attorney liaison thinks that it's an incomplete, or would consider it such. Yeah, that's fine.
If anybody asks for it, that's all.
Yeah, sure.
I need the email.
Yeah, I'll send it to you after
You
this.
need it as a matter of record, actually.
Yeah.
I will send it to
That's
you.
also a reminder to the board, emails I should be included in. Yeah, I keep forgetting, and I can't produce something when I don't have it, when people ask for it.
And understand, from a legal standpoint, she tends to all the records. There's a legal requirement, so please copy her in on some of those things.
Do you want me to make sure that I copy it in on all legal communications from you? Because sometimes I don't. If somebody starts an email trail and you have invited Dorothea to the party, then I will keep including her. But if I write you this beginning email, I'm maybe not going to copy Dorothea
You're keeping it within the
unless
board.
there's an action item for Dorothea.
Let's think about that one. I think we made one.
Yeah.
I was just shooting to be very
Oh, I know.
specific.
No,
about
The only reason I say that is there's time. The only reason I say that is sometimes someone will come to me, you know, the email regarding this and this, and then I'm like, no, I wasn't included. And that happens all the time,
And it's not
so,
necessarily even legal conversation.
yeah, it just happens, so.
This is a matter of course, sometimes, she needs to know.
I mean, unless you're talking about me and I'm awesome, that's fine, then include me,
Oh,
but
that'd be
if
definitely
it's not, obviously, but there's times people ask me for the email between this and that, can you produce, and I can't produce it because I don't have it.
It's
So
definitely
be
best
mindful of
practice to do
that,
that.
just to include it when you.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
So the next item, again, a quick one. We have an outstanding complaint with the ethics board that I believe was, it'll be about 2 years, that we haven't received determination coming up in August. And I would like the board to consider asking our attorney to direct a correspondence to them requesting the status and an estimate of when we may expect a final determination. Does anybody object to having our attorney draft that letter to the ethics board?
No. I have one follow-up question to that, if that comment or request is included. Are you all set with that, Jeff?
Does the board want to see a draft before I send it out? I would say yes.
Sure.
Sure,
On your
I'd like
advice.
to know the status of it. Okay.
So did you have a follow-up on the same?
I'm done.
So my only follow-up on that was, and this had to do with reading through some of the comments on the ethics review and investigative. Thank you, that is the most impossible word for me to say.
Investigative?
No, investigatory. Oh my God. Whoa, awful. Anyway, things that I haven't said later. But anyway, so the capacity for our ethics board to do that invites to it, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, a degree of liability with regards to that authority and how far they might move forward with it or without it. And so one of the things that I'd like to consider, and this is more to do with controlling for costs in future budgets. If we have a board that has investigatory ability, the risks associated with additional legal representation, if I'm reminded of a current instance of where they may need their own attorney or not, as well, the determination of that, how far they may go with that authority, if any constituent should defend it, all these things add cost, legal cost to the village. But if that authority is instead only permitted upon referral to the county, all that cost, my understanding is, would fall upon the county attorney, as well their defense of the determination of that authority and ruling. So I just want to come back to the board and suggest that I think the authority that we've granted our ethics board with the investigatory authority adds a degree of cost risk for legal representation and or the defense thereof that I'd rather, given a free body in Monroe County, suggest they have.
I'd have to think about that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that there's all sorts of costs in it, hang on. Having a thought here. My my sense is I'm just trying to think that they may need to vet something or maybe ask questions of other council. Is that what you're saying?
So this is more.
Because they have NICOM.
This is more.
We can direct them to NICOM, because we are members, and so they have access to legal.
I think what Dave's concern is that if we have the ethics board doing the investigation and the determination, then that will be that's subject to challenge. Whereas if the county does the investigation and determination, then the county will be challenged. The question I have before you make decisions about this is that we ought to be sure what the county does when they get a complaint referred. Do they just do a fact finding and then send it back to this board for determination, action, what's to do? Or do they, I'm guessing, for the very same reason you just referenced, that they probably aren't going to do the determination.
Could we find that out?
Well, that's what I was suggesting.
Why don't we contact our legislator, Howard Fucci, because he should be able, because he's at the county, and he should be able to give us the direction to at least the right person, or,
Do you want to show him over an email?
Is this something I would do?
Yeah.
Something-
I would, I think that if I was involved in this court inquiry, I would probably want to talk to the county attorney.
Yeah, but Howard maybe can facilitate
So
that.
the
because he's our
answer is,
legislator,
I
that's all.
would think, it would be better for you to start the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
We get I'll know. And we can contact.
I'll just start with Howard and see where it goes.
Yeah, because he kind of knows people.
But it's this idea of making sure that we manage our risks appropriately. It's one of those risks or determinations of ethics boards. To your point, maybe they put it back to us and we take it on anyway.
But I thought you were talking about like if they need to seek specific legal counsel, they can always call them.
Sure, they could, but they wouldn't have
I was
representation.
thinking of something different.
They wouldn't have representation should they need
I
it
understand.
in the case of a legal.
Different track.
Okay,
Understood.
great. I'll proceed.
Okay, any other questions for Jeff before we release him to the universe?
I have an issue
Okay.
that I think started with you and you chimed in on. Enforcement of almost anything, but in this situation, HPV decisions or non-approvals, where you have a non-conforming residence, how, and you've gone to court, maybe not gone to court, but it's a pretty big issue for that residence. And you have an idea there's an impending sale. What do you do? And I thought I had a really great idea until Dorothea told me that it wasn't a great idea. Not my fault. It's just attorneys are not doing a good job when they're doing the closings. Evidently, not every attorney's office, when they're representing a buyer or a seller, calls to get adjustments for village taxes, which was a shock to me.
It's a shock to me too.
Because the bank would see it on the abstract title usually if there's a bank involved, and they require it. However, in a case where we think there's an imminent sale and it's a big deal, we could file or record a notice of violation in the miscellaneous index in the clerk's office, in the deeds index, and an abstract reading would find that there was a notice of violation. So, and the cost of that is $50 for one page notice. I think that's what they are. Their second page is only $5 more. And then there's going to be a $10 to $20 or $30 administration fee for the title company to go down and put it on record. So I would say we would not do that in every situation, But there might be situations where you tell me to, I can think of it too. Yes, I mean, the mayor's call, I guess.
So it would not prevent you from closing on the property, that it would make you, put you on notice that there was something you had to take care of.
If there is a bank involved, it is going to prevent a closing.
Oh, it does prevent the closing.
Yeah, on the bank, you're not getting my money until you fix the violation.
I would be fully in support of taking that measure of the filing as our attorney suggested.
But I want to make sure that the current property owner, there's a current notice of violation.
Right, so
they've got
before we
notice
even do a filing,
that
they
they're
have,
putting this up for sale, they're
Yeah.
selling it with a violation attached.
So we would have to send them a letter. Send it.
Steve would just send a notice
Steve
of
is
violation.
okay, stating that there's
And
violation.
with
And then,
regard to the, I'm sorry.
and then we would, in that letter, state that we are refiling it. So we do.
we don't have to speak with them when we're filing or not. They're on notice that, we will, yeah, you have an outstanding violation, that's on record.
So we have to tell them what we're gonna do.
Would it be sent certified?
Oh, I don't know how Steve sends this.
Well, I'm just
I
thinking
don't-
because of the nature.
Oh, I don't, I mean, it doesn't matter to me if it.
Well, just
doesn't
look
get-
at, they can say we never got it. That's all.
I have a question, which is, can we instruct Steve to do that?
Well, here's how I look at it. If I think I understand your question is, are you controlling the administrative duties of an administrative official? And I think that in a village this size, with trustees who are, and a mayor who is meeting residents every day, you ought to have some understanding and knowledge of what's going on with the enforcement of your laws. And I think there are some cases in particular, we just had one on North Main Street, where it might be a politically sensitive enforcement. And I think there's an argument that maybe you want to be out of it. But there's also an argument that you ought to have some knowledge and direction, particularly when it gets to the note or the appearance sticker phase, because then you're possibly involving me in the process. So can you direct him not to? Can you direct him to? No, I don't think you can. Can you say, we think there's an enforcement problem, will you look into it and do the appropriate enforcement proceedings as you're required to do by the code? I think that's entirely appropriate. Okay, great.
And that's going to happen,
But I think the size of our community, I mean, in many cases, the legislators and governing body would never hear about an enforcement thing that's, 10 streets away and whatever. But, so that's, I'm not recommending it, that's the only way I can think of to be sure that you're getting the buyer with knowledge that is going on, and that the purchase price can reflect the realities of the violation. I think you're being much fairer to the buyer and the village.
And the village,
And the village, they have a remedy.
right, in the village,
So I agree with
so
that.
I think we push the person to do it.
I would agree with, I think, everybody here to proceed.
Okay, yeah, proceed.
All right,
What else?
let's go into attorney-client session.
Okay.
Just have to,
Take a motion.
yeah. You're doing it during a meeting, so we probably ought to say we're going to close the meeting for attorney-client session.
But then we're going back into the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we still have the treasurer. Make a motion, we go into attorney-client session, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Marshall. Trustee Lightgev. Trustee Coe. Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes. Give me a second. Okay, go ahead.
I make a motion to leave executive session. Is there a second?
Attorney-client.
What? Oh, attorney-client session, I'm sorry. I make a motion to leave attorney-client session. Is there a second?
Second.
That was a tie.
I'm going to go Lisa.
Okay.
All right, trustee Lampier, trustee Marshall, trustee Coe, trustee Lightgev, Mayor Plummer. Motion passes.
Okay, next up, treasurers.
Am I still excused to the universe?
You are. We're
I
releasing.
don't think I can get there. If I get home, I'll be more.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you all. Have a great night.
Treasurer's report is short and sweet tonight. We just have the bill pay, and I have a couple comments after that. But anyway, we have the bill pay. Is there any questions or concerns?
No, I cannot.
Can a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve the bill pay as presented.
A second?
Roll call, please.
Trustee Lampier,
Aye.
trustee Marshall, trustee Coe, trustee Lightgev, Mayor Plummer. Motion passes. Also, you were presented with the HSA fundings for June 1. This is the last of the funding for this year until January.
Any questions for the treasurer?
If I could just have that approved.
Motion to approve, anybody?
I'll make a motion to approve the HSA funding.
For a second.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Coe, trustee Lightgev, trustee Marshall, trustee Lampier,
Aye.
Mayor Plummer. Motion passes. Real quick, I received notice from County of Monroe on sales tax, and they're really on the ball this year because usually we see this in June or May, so that's one of the things that kills our closing of the year. But the good news is our final sales tax distribution, which is actually first quarter, it's our final for the budget year, was $647,69. This put us $51,415.28 over our estimated sales tax.
Do we know where that came from?
No, no, I know it comes from the county, and it's in our bank.
On that, it may be very possible that next year the PGA meeting in town.
That would be hopefully reflective of the second quarter.
Okay.
But what I'm going to tell the board, financials are technically done. I'm doing cleanup work. You would have had them, but there just wasn't enough hours. Everything looks great. A few transfers. But outside of that, for the revenue for the year, I already know we made our revenue goals for the year, for the budget year. So the good news is we met revenue. And if everything stays on course, our fund balance will be increased.
Yay.
Okay? So that's just the tail out of school for you, so you can, everything's looking fine with the financials, and you'll have them for your June meeting.
Thank you.
And that's all I have on that.
Nothing else?
No, I'm sorry, I'm boring tonight. Minutes.
And before, yeah, I wasn't gonna remember item, but it's way too late. It was a refuge district, when that, so we can just table that to next meeting, please.
Yeah, but thanks for bringing it back, because we need to keep going on that. Yep.
And then I just had one other quick item, which is Bill's training camp. Last year when I was on the planning board, there was some understanding as to whether or not there was how to get transportation coming out of Sutherland, and it's not approved use, but Steve had some interpretation of the code that while on the planning board, we took it as guidance in the moment. Has anything since then been adjusted at the trustee level?
We brought it back to the board, remember, we voted on a short-term retail. I think it was something for the Bill's transportation.
Oh, for Bill's
In other words,
transportation.
we can do that.
So we can do that
Yeah,
this
which we'll do
year?
this year.
Okay, so
Yeah.
last year,
Yeah,
this year.
right.
it's gonna be
It'll
us.
come back to us, yeah.
Because last year I remember sharing that little.
Yeah, Steve brought that up with me a couple of weeks
And I don't
ago.
want that to.
No, it'll go right through. And,
Okay.
you know, the attorneys.
Okay, just wanted to be sure.
Thanks for bringing it up.
Great.
Steve's on it, yeah.
And then somebody's working on the GPI contract, don't need to bring that up tonight.
Yeah.
I gave the shout out to everybody in the community about the PGA. It wasn't an event, which is so great.
My neighbor was at the 15th hole when it was the whole one.
I just heard it.
Yes.
That's all I got.
Are we doing brief member items?
Pardon
May I do a couple of brief
Yeah,
member
let's
items?
just go for it.
Okay. Just housekeeping stuff mostly. So the rules of procedure I sent around to the board, I think those are useful to have. NICOM says that we should have it. The basic idea is that New York state law doesn't really prescribe too closely how the board conducts its business, so they suggest that we adopt our own rules. Those are the rules we have. I would suggest that we update those rules for the new meeting schedule. I don't know if we can do that.
Give me an email like this.
Yes. Oh, I didn't think Chance would look at it.
I don't know if, I just want to let people know that those exist, and I sent an email, but I think that we've already approved. Yes.
Did you sign it?
Can I take this?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, great.
So the first part is the meeting schedule, which we've already changed. I don't know if we need a motion. I would just like to suggest that our clerk update that, if she wouldn't mind.
That's fine.
And also that we post the rules of procedure on the website somewhere, so that they're easy to find. Is that okay?
Sure.
Do we want to review them and have new members review them, or any comments, or?
Why don't we do that? Because, and also because we're member items, we can't, we can't take an action. So what we can do is bring this back to have an action taken.
Yeah.
So we'll take.
I'll put it on the next agenda.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I like it buttoned up.
Yeah.
So the,
He's not, I just wanted to add, since we're talking about rules of procedure, and I was reviewing the meetings that I missed. I just wanted to point out that when doing a vote, if a trustee abstains from a vote, it is required that they state the reason for their abstention. So there were a couple of times that trustees abstained. It just means you to clarify the reason why you're abstaining. Either you weren't there for the previous meeting, you didn't get the information, or you would have a conflict, or, whatever the reason for abstention, it must be part of the minutes. The state law.
Right, that's good reminder.
I just wanted to follow up on the appointed board member terms on the website. What is the status of that? I think
The status was I was on vacation that nobody recognized.
Yeah,
So
everybody keeps thinking she's on vacation
Yeah.
now. She's been
I'm
on
back.
vacation, so she's
I was on vacation. There wasn't time to get that done.
So the item was just to kind of research how other municipalities do it?
Like I said, I think the board wanted me to look at how other website villages did it and see if I can get them
And
posted
we're in a
up.
bit of a transition. Today was Megan on North West last week.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't held up on anything from us. I don't really care how it appears on the website.
Yeah, I think we just want.
No, I think that was the direction for the board, to look at the other villages and do it. We had our meeting, then I went on
I think we
vacation.
clarified, she's been on vacation.
That's it.
Transition.
We'll get there.
So that will be done.
It'll get done in the next couple weeks. How about that?
That's fine, just want to follow up, thank you. And the last item, one thing that I struggle with a lot of things, but one thing that I struggle with in the meetings is trying to figure out what direction a certain agenda item is going, either with a lack of information on some of them, or with it's not clear what the motion would be, and there's a 10-page section of information on some given agenda topic, and I have no idea what the board might do with it. I did look at the Village of Fairport, and they have a very well-structured agenda where they have a list of motions.
Yeah, that's, a lot of the municipalities that do that, they hold the workshops. And, and then the motions, things are set up to take actions to conduct your business in the meeting. So you have a publicly noticed workshop, like Rockport does this as well. And, you sort of sort through stuff, and then it comes back for the public. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So this isn't just kind of an idea. I don't have a specific proposal here. I just think it would be nice to know which way we happen to be going on different items. So that could take the form of workshopping and then putting a motion, or just being more descriptive in the agenda topic, saying this is my proposal generally about what I would like to do with this content.
So let's take, for example, the moratorium. We essentially had a workshop, and then we had motion or direction to the attorney in municipalities where they break it apart. You work to the point of knowing where you're going to go. And I knew where I was going to go with that, generally. I didn't know it would work out the way it did. So without having a workshop in advance to reflect on that, do we want, like, what we're doing now is we're you know, mixing the stew while we, make it, whatever. Do we want to break up into having two shorter meetings?
I'm all for a workshop. I think it's a really great format, and I think it helps us really focus on things, because you're there to work through it, to have these discussions.
Yeah.
So when we do have, as you said, Fairport, you see, you're transacting business, really, is really what we're doing.
Yeah.
So it gives us the transactions that we've already talked through, we've sorted through, it's publicly noticed, it's been in a workshop, and then the meetings are shorter.
My fear, two things. Will we have more longer meetings? Because when we start talking, then all of a sudden we start talking. And then the other thing is, what if we had this kind of workshop and then we go home and then the next meeting, people change their mind?
You can still change your mind. You can always change your mind.
Then it's going to turn into another workshop meeting.
Well, welcome to life. That's just part of, you can say, geez, I'm really
yeah.
It's funny, that second comment, I was actually thinking, like, what if we go through a workshop, we have all these great conversations, I go home and talk to a bunch of residents, or don't, and just change my mind.
Yes.
That's okay.
It would mean getting agenda items along much longer and ahead of the meeting than we're getting them presently.
Well, and the other thing too, it also means that Dorothea needs to get the material from people.
Right.
To be able to.
You give me a title, I put the title you give me. If you.
And if you give the information, you put information in.
I can only give what I'm provided.
So this is something that we can address in the rules of procedure too, as you're looking at those. This is the kind of stuff that we have to.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm issuing way too many. This time there was only one, because honestly, the timing of me being on vacation, there was only one packet. Most times, there's 2 to 3, sometimes 4. It's way too much. It's way too much. Well, I can't, technically, legally, I can't issue.
Under New York state law, you can go right up to the meeting.
Yeah, that's the problem. And you can have a tentative agreement.
Yeah, well.
But
it's in the policy.
It's up to the board at the end of the day. So,
let's think on it.
Yeah, really think on it, because the more I amend the packet, the more it gets screwed up.
It's not, because you're so multitasking at that point.
Yeah. But I'm all for more, just whatever. I'll put what you give me, and whatever you give me, I'll put in, but.
Thanks, Jeff.
Are we on minutes?
Yep.
So all the minutes that are there.
Well, yes, the problem is I don't want to call it a problem. I went through and I was going to approve what I could approve, but I couldn't approve them because this first set from March 9th, Mayor Plummer, Trustee Lampier, and Trustee Lightfoot. So they can approve these minutes.
We can't.
Right, you can approve them. You don't have to abstain because you weren't present. But there was none where I couldn't identify 3 trustees to approve.
Yeah, that's good.
So
moving forward.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented for March 13th.
You want to do 9?
No. I make a motion to approve the minutes for March 9th.
I just have one small correction.
Where is it?
Okay. On the first page, under PCBA referral discussion, if possible, we should add the address of the 2 people who addressed the board. The other addresses are given for the other people who addressed the board, but not for those 2 individuals. And they are Charlie Fitzsimmons and Mike Reynolds. But it says 35 Church Street, and that's not correct.
No, it's 5 State.
Actually, that's his business.
I know, but.
It's okay to do that.
Yeah,
they get either business or.
So
I
5 State Street.
will correct those.
You don't individuals, so I just want to.
Yep, no, I'll correct it.
Okay.
I'll change my motion to the minutes as amended.
Okay, is there a second, please?
Second.
Roll call for.
Trustee Lightgood.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer. Trustee Marshall. Abstaining.
Abstaining.
Trustee Coe. Mayor Plummer.
I wasn't there.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, now March 13th.
Okay, any changes on March 13th?
Then I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as presented for March 13th.
A second. Roll call, please.
Trustee Lampier?
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev?
Aye.
Trustee Coe? You abstain. Since you both weren't present, Trustee Marshall, you're going to abstain. Mayor Plummer?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, March 20th.
Any changes?
No changes.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from the meeting for March 20th.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion? I know I wasn't here, but I do have a question of clarity as I read this, which is in the middle of the first page. The CPA states that based on the communication he's received from the comptroller's office, you should have a methodology that is supported by the data. This is the CPA talking now. He believes that the percentage that has been presented by the village treasurer meets those requirements. Just in conversations that I've had with regards to the budget, I just wanted to clarify the accuracy of that last statement.
It's accurate.
It's accurate.
Okay, great. Thank
I
you.
was there.
It is
Great, thank you.
accurate.
I wasn't there. I didn't recall it in my.
No, it is definitely accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Lampier?
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev? Trustee Cove and Trustee Marshall will abstain, they weren't there. Mayor Plummer?
Aye.
Motion passes. March 30th.
No changes.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes of the meeting for March 30th.
Second.
Trustee Lightgev?
Aye.
Trustee Lampier?
Aye.
Trustee Cove, Trustee Marshall will abstain, not present. Mayor Plummer? Motion passes. April 19th.
Make a motion to approve the minutes as provided.
Second?
You,
You were there.
no, you are not there.
Yeah. I'll second.
Oh, 19.
Okay.
Good job.
Trustee Lampier?
Aye.
Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev?
Aye.
Trustee Cove will abstain. Mayor Plummer? Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Trustee Lightgev?
There weren't any public comments, were there?
Oh, please, I've lost count. There was two public comments I didn't share during the speed humps. One was given by Mike Reynolds, didn't provide address, but he said that it is offensive that going at a legal speed, it slows people down. I'm probably saying that out of context. And Jason again said what I said, that these are the same speed humps being used on Rand.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, speed humps shouldn't bother people driving legally. The bumps on Boughton are offensive. Okay, so I shared it with the board, so I don't want anybody to think I don't share. All right,
There's a motion.
Is there a second? I'll second it, not to adjourn.
I thought you motioned.
Dave motion, I second.
Oh, we already had the motion second.
Okay, all right.
And there's no discussion.
No discussion.
All right, Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Cove.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev. Mayor Plummer. Motion passes.
Thanks, everybody.
Night.
Thanks, everybody. Nice to meet you. Okay.